November 30th, 2020. I am your host, Cale McCullough, and in today's top batshit crazy news story from Crazy Land, multi-state election fraud has been statistically proven by legit PhD computer scientists and engineers and cybersecurity researchers, backed up by legit evidence. Turns out Sidney Powell wasn't such a crackpot after all. My own personal theory on Sidney Powell is that her computer got hacked because the typos at the head of the document are so egregious. They're so egregious that it really is hard to believe that her computer was not hacked because she's such a legit attorney that it just doesn't match. In our top news story from votepatternanalysis.substack.com, anomalies in the vote count and their effects on 2020 election, a quantitative analysis of decisive vote updates in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Georgia on and after election night. Here's the executive summary. In the early hours of November 4th, 2020, Democratic candidate China Joe, a.k.a. the streaking White House groper, the one that used to streak around the White House naked, and a Secret Service agent had to be restrained from socking him after he groped his girlfriend at a White House event. Oh, you didn't even know about that, huh? Yes, not only is he Creepy Joe, not only is he China Joe with the crackhead son Hunter Biden, who got over $1 billion contract from the Chinese Nazi Party, as well as multi-million-dollar contracts from that sketchy, what was it, Ukrainian energy company? No, it was I forget what country they were from, but it was sketchy. And the dude was smoking crack. Everybody knew he was smoking crack, banging hookers. Supposedly some of the hookers were not 18. But, China Joe, he received several major, quote, vote up spikes that substantially and decisively improved his electoral position in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Georgia. And skepticism uncertainly surrounds these vote spikes. Critics point to suspicious vote counting practices, extreme differences between two major candidates' vote counts, and the timing of the vote updates, among other factors, to count doubt on the legitimacy of some of these spikes. While the data analysis cannot on its own demonstrate fraud or systemic issues, it can point us to the statistically anomalous cases that invite further scrutiny. This is one such case, Our analysis finds that a few key vote updates in competitive states were unusually large in size and had highly unusual high Biden to Trump ratios. We demonstrate the results to differ enough from expected results to cause concern, because most people don't know statistics very well. They're just going to take the word for whoever they liked on YouTube for it. Luckily, I'm a computer scientist and engineer, and I do speak this whole math language. I know exactly what they're talking about, and I'm 100% convinced that this is highly probable to be legit election fraud. Now, people just think that there's no election fraud in America because we have a democracy and people are too good for that. Yo, bro, I got a bridge to sell you. All right, I can name 2 U.S. presidents that have been victim of election fraud. First one, Lyndon B. Johnson, when he ran for Senate of, I forget what state he ran for Senate of. I forget. Can somebody drop that in the comments? What state Lyndon B. Johnson was running for senator of? So anyways, he had to go to the court because there was election fraud and he won. Also, Jimmy Carter was running for governor of Georgia, one of the states in question, and he was able to prove in court that there was massive election irregularities and gross miscompetence and mismanagement. And that's how he got to be governor of Georgia, which then later on brought him to the White House. So this stuff does happen. Typically, it happens in large cities with one-party rule, where the one party has had a long enough access to the ballot box and to the voting process that they know the process in and out. And when they do that, they can then rig the system from inside to protect. Because typically it's because they hated the other person. That's why they did it. In this case, it's Donald Trump. Obviously, they have a lot of hate that Democrats have been spewing out venomous hatred towards Donald Trump because of all of the fake news from the fake news industrial complex, or FNIC. What most people don't understand, and this is what I've learned from being a journalist, is that people piggyback on other people's successes. So they want to be in the viral feed. So what do? They go look at what's trending, and then they make a story about it. And then how do you get people to click on it? Well, the number one way that you're going to get people to click on it is you make them angry. That's how you do it. And that's why this whole scam has been perpetrated on us. Also, the business model that we're dealing with is the big MSM needs to put out X free articles to get Y subscriptions to make Z profit. When you do this, you have a system that is ripe for fake news because you're stuck in this viral process where I just read an article on Hacker News, I think it was this morning or yesterday, where they were saying that journalists should no longer put their news up on Google and on Facebook because people aren't paying for it. So what happens is that Facebook, instead of the journalists making money off of the viral stuff, it ends up being Facebook that makes the lion's share of the profits of the news, and they do not share the money with the news agencies. I read these the news up here from RSS news feeds, which, I forgot to load up the reader. And if you're unfamiliar with RSS news feeds, they're these news feeds that it's like a file format that they publish most of the news in, and it's free, and you can get a reader. It's like Google News, like Apple News, and everything's free. And I've been reading these for decades, and I did not understand at first that they were fake, because I didn't understand the business model. After doing this show and analyzing these news feeds all summer long, covering the riots, I then slowly started to come aware of the business model that they're using, and that it's highly prone to fake news, and it's highly prone to a ivory tower liberal journalist class using it in order to get their way in politics. And that's exactly what we're experiencing. Going back to the article here, with this report, we rely on publicly available data from the New York Fake All the Times to identify and analyze statistical anomalies in key states, looking at 8,954 individual vote updates, open paren differences in votes total for each candidate between successive changes to the running vote totals, colloquially also referred to as quote-unquote dumps or quote-unquote batches, end paren, comma. We discover a remarkably consistent mathematical property, colon, there is clear inverse relationship between the differences in candidates' vote counts and the ratio of vote counts. Open paren. In other words, it's surprising to see vote updates with large margins, and it's not surprising to see vote updates with very large ratios of support between the candidates, but it is, in bold, surprising to see vote updates which are both end paren. The significance of this property will be further explained in later sections of this report. Nearly all every vote update across states of all sizes and political leanings follow this statistical pattern. A very small number, however, are specially aberrant. Of the 7 vote updates which follow the pattern, at least 4 individual vote updates, 2 in Michigan, 1 in Wisconsin, 1 in Georgia, were particularly anomalous, influential with respect to this property, and all occurred within the same 5-hour window. And this is just some of the stuff. They don't have all of the stuff in here. I've got more stuff for you. So just it's going to take a while, but go get some popcorn, get a drink. Let's sit down and go through go through all of these numbers, and I'll explain the computer science behind it. In particular, we are able to quantify the extent of compliance with this property and discover that of the 8,954 vote updates used in the analysis, these 4 decisive updates were the first, second, 4th, and 7th most anomalous updates in the entire data set. Not only does each of these votes updates not follow the generally observed pattern, but the anomalous behavior of these updates in particular is extreme. That is, these vote updates are outliers of the outliers. The 4 vote updates in question are: 1, an update in Michigan listed as of 6:31 a.m. Eastern Time on November 4th, 2020, which shows 141,258 votes for China Joe and 5,968 votes for Donald Trump. Wow! Whoo! Hey, let's do these numbers. You tell me. Now, okay. For Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton, like 92% of African Americans, they voted for the Democrats. And so it's not extremely statistically unlikely to have a ratio like this, but this is really... Okay, so only 4.22% of people voted for Donald Trump. So in the 2016 presidential election, 92% of black people voted for Hillary Clinton. And in this election, I do believe it was 85% of them. It was lower, but we'll see. So this right here is a statistical anomaly in and of itself. 2, an update in Wisconsin listed as 3:42 a.m. Central Time on November 4th, 2020, which shows 143,379 votes for China Joe and 25,163 votes for the King of Memes, aka Donald Trump. You do gotta admit, he's got some of the best memes ever. Out of any president, I don't think that anybody could say that anybody had better memes other than Donald Trump. I mean, he is the king of memes. And so what was this? This was, let's look at this, so right away, what is the numbers on that one? So that one was 83% were for China Joe, the streaking White House groper. And 3.3, a vote update in Georgia, the state that had the election fraud with Jimmy Carter, listed at 1:34 a.m. Eastern Time on November 4th, 2020, which shows 136,155 votes for China Joe and 29,115 votes for the King of Memes. And so this was... Apparently China Joe got... 78.6% of the votes. 4, an update in Michigan filed as of 3 12:50 a.m. Eastern Time on November 4th, 2020, which shows 54,000 votes for China Joe and 4,718 votes for the King of Memes. So that was approximately 8.7% of people voted for the King of Memes. Highly statistically unlikely unless like all the people there are black. Let's read on. This report predicts what these vote updates would have looked like if they'd followed the same pattern as the vast majority of the 8,950 others, which I'm presuming is precincts. We find the extent of the respective anomalies here are more than a margin of victory away from all three states, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Georgia, which collectively represent 42 electoral votes. Extensive mathematical detail is provided, and the data and the code for the data curation, data transformation, plotting, and modeling, all of which are attached to the appendix of this document. Why isn't this built into the system? I mean, you have to ask yourself, we've had these voting systems for a while. I remember I used to work, I worked as a Democratic canvasser for John Kerry, President Obama twice, and Barack Obama here in Eugene, Oregon. And I remember we talked a lot about the Diebold voting machines and how those were rigged voting machines. And what they did was they broke that company up, and then the rest of the voting machines are based off of Diebold, I think, their voting machine technology. So the entire process here is really sketchy. They've been hooking these machines up to the internet. Like, I'm a software and computer engineer. I can tell you one thing. If you want to rig an election, hook your machines up to the internet. All right. If you don't want to rig your elections, do not ever hook your voting machines up to the internet. Right. You have to make sure that nobody can get inside of them. The only way that you can get inside of that thing is to break something that is impossible to replace in such a way that you cannot detect that it was broken into. That's the only physical possible way that you could do this, and do it with a paper trail and then have some sort of verification system. But as is currently with our current system, there's no way to verify that your vote was even counted. I looked up my vote here in Eugene, Oregon, and it said that my ballot was received. Does not say that they did not throw out my ballot for a signature mismatch, or if I didn't even sign the ballot, because I think last time I checked, it was like 0.06% of people they don't even sign the thing, which is kind of silly. Background: late on the election night 2020, the King of Memes had had a lead of around 100,000 votes in Wisconsin, lead of around 300,000 votes in Michigan, lead of around 700,000 votes in Pennsylvania. Back of the envelope calculations showed that in order to overtake the King of Memes, China Joe would have had to substantially improve his performance in the remaining precincts, many of which were in heavily blue areas like Detroit, Milwaukee, and Philadelphia, the places where they cheat all the time. The election night, conflicting news reports came out that various precincts were stopping their count for the evening, sending election officials home, or restarting their counts. There remains a large amount of confusion to this day about to the extent of which various precincts stopped counting, as well as the extent to which state election laws or rules were broken by sending election officials home prematurely. Whatever is the case, its various precincts in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania continue to report numbers throughout the night. And there's no people there, right? And then Mark Zuckerberg poured like $400 million into the Philadelphia or to the Pennsylvania election. He paid for the vote counters and the judges, and paid for ballot boxes that they had. They had solar powered security cameras on that just went off at night. Like, okay. By the early hours of the following morning, Wisconsin had flipped blue, as it did Michigan soon after. A few days later, Georgia and Pennsylvania followed suit. Given the uncertain context, many American observers and commentators were immediately uncomfortable or skeptical of these trends. For context, using publicly available data from the New York Fake All the Times, here a visualization of the number of votes by candidates in Michigan from the beginning of election night to 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on November 4th, 2020. And then you could, whoa, what are those? What are these? What is that? What is that? Huh. It says figure 1, x-axis is the month, year, hour of time. So here's the time. Y-axis is the number of votes for that time, expressed in millions of votes. The red series is the running number of votes for the King of Memes, and the blue series is the running number of votes for China Joe. And what we can see is that it kind of looks like an election in China. Yeah, well, you know, when you got China Joe on the ballot and his son's getting not over $1 billion contracts from the Chinese Nazi Party, of course you're going to expect Chinese-style elections, right? As this graph shows, China Joe overtook the King of Memes lead through a small number of vote updates, which broke overwhelmingly for Biden in Michigan in the early hours of the morning on November 4th. The situation in Wisconsin is even more stark. A single update to the vote count brought China Joe from trailing by 100,000 votes into the lead. What? Here, the comparable graph over the same time range for Wisconsin with the x-axis time expressed in Central Standard Time. I'm going to let you look at this. I want to go grab my coffee real quick. Doing so good, but I forgot my coffee. Now it's cold, but you know what? It's okay. All right. What do we got? Various versions of these graphs spurred online discourse, while some commenters provided relatively partisan analysis. Others merely expressed surprise at the near vertical leaps in some of these vote updates. It's likely this phenomena would arise organically? Question mark? Sorry. Is it likely that this phenomena would arise organically? Question mark. In an attempt to address this question, this reporter addresses how extreme and unusual these spikes are with respect to both vote updates in the states of Michigan, Wisconsin, and Georgia, as well as those around the nation. Through several investigative mechanisms, we find these 4 vote updates to be extraordinarily anomalous. While these alone do not prove existence of voter fraud systemic issue, it invites further scrutiny. I'm going to argue the charts that I'm going to show you next do statistically prove it, because the statistical odds that it happened in one county is near 0, and the statistical odds that it would happen in 3 counties is 0. Well, hold on. It's black swan. I mean, black swans, they exist, but this is like a this is like a rainbow swan. Like, yeah, sure, maybe a rainbow swan could exist, but we've never seen one. If you don't know what a black swan is, it's a concept in artificial intelligence, which is something that I study, where they set any probability of any sort of event to be that of the quote unquote black swan, which is like the lowest value of a floating point number that you can have. It's like basically saying it, because you can't set it as 0 because black swans do exist. But statistically speaking, it's like winning the lottery 3 times in a row. So probably not going to happen. You're not going to hit the lottery 3 times in a row. And then they had a fourth time where the anomaly didn't happen, and it was all in Democrat districts. The concept, the intuition, reading on in the article, the concept, the intuition, and the measurement, data analysis relies on recognizing and evaluating patterns in data. When we find anomalous data, that is often in indication of underlying differences. This is why this report, we follow on these 4 vote updates. Usually when in artificial intelligence, when we say none of this data matches, we typically say your data it has something wrong with it, or somebody just came in and hacked your computer and changed the data. There are also a number of general intuitions upon which we draw our direct research. In general, the larger the sample size and the smaller we expect the deviation from population average to be. While anomalous vote ratios may occur, the statistical chance of anomalous margins go down with the size of the sample, or vote updates goes up. Next section reads, the basic intuition is : big margins are one thing, and so are super skewed results, but it's weird to have them both at the same time, as they generally become inversely related as either values increase. We will demonstrate below that the data overwhelmingly follows this intuition, but that 4 key vote updates identified by this report cut against this intuition. In particular, we will show the existence of a very strong inverse relationship within vote updates across all states and times between the differences of the votes for China Joe and the King of Memes, open paren, often referred to as the quote, Biden-Trump margin, end quote, in paren, and the ratio of China Joe's votes to the King of Memes votes, open paren, often referred to as the quote, Biden:-Trump ratio, and quote, and paren. As described in more detail in the next section, we take the natural logarithm of the ratios so that they are symmetric, so that we're not treating the 2 candidates differently when graphing and analyzing. These values are often referred as the quote, Biden-Trump log ratio, end quote. So you probably don't know what a logarithm is, because most people don't actually get that far. You've seen the LN button on your calculator, right? What that does is it figures out whatever, if you put e to the x, if you don't know what e is, the number is 2.1. It's like pi. It's one of those magical numbers. You got to take calculus to know what it actually is, but it's just 2.71. And then when you raise it to the power, say 2.71 to the 1 is 2.71. And then when you take 2.71 or e, it's an irrational number, so it doesn't actually end like pi. And then you could take it to, let's square it, and then that's 7.389. So if we were going to do the ln of that, so let's do the ln. Where's that ln button? Then what are we going to get? We're going to get 2. So that told us the exponent because we just squared it, right? That's why you should like and subscribe to this channel, because there is these kind of gems are regular on this show. Since the logarithm is an order-preserving transformation, i.e., if x is bigger than if x is bigger than y, then log x will be bigger than log y. Yes, that is true. And vice versa. So we sometimes use them interchangeably when precision is not required. At any geographical level, we can test the assumption of an inverse relationship between the vote update size and extremity of the ratio between the candidates' votes. And as you will see here, the relationship is extremely strong. Across red states and blue, where turnout is high and low, there's an obvious inverse relationship between the two. Next section reads, measuring this relationship between the candidates' margins and their ratio. Let's now attempt to quantify the nature of the inverse relationship to the context of a particular state. First, we take our data set of running vote totals for each state, and for each state, calculate the vote differential for each candidate between updates. So what does that mean? Let's translate this into English. You got a differential, so that means difference. So what was the difference between the votes for this candidate and this candidate? This produces a sequence of vote differences, the sum of which within any given state is the total. So you take the differences between the votes for Trump and the vote for Biden, and then they should all add up, and then they should equal the total. To begin, we consider each sequential update in the state of Michigan where vote totals for both Trump and Biden are greater than 0. For each of these, we compute two values, the difference between the number of votes for Biden and China Joe, and the number of votes for the king of memes, or the quote-unquote margin, and the logarithms of the ratios between the numbers of votes for Biden and the number of votes for China Joe, and the number of votes for the king of memes, the quote-unquote log ratio. So you take the log, we're going into math. We went into math land. Let's translate this into English. We're going to, what is the ratio of the logs? And so this should show you, what is it? Okay, so we have some logarithms, and these logarithms are going to show you the exponent. We got to go do this e thing again. So we had the number e, right? And so we squared the number e. So we multiplied e by e. Let's do it with pi. So we took the number pi, and then we squared the number pi. You just saw me. Let's do it again, just because not everybody saw it real quick. Pi squared. And then let's take the log base. Oh, how do you do that on this calculator? Oh, that's a base 10 log. I have to do it in E just because of the calculator. It's just because of that's a log base 10, and this isn't a very good calculator. So I squared it. Squared 2.71, ended up being 7.39. So then we take the natural logarithm of that, and we get 2. So it shows the exponent. So what they're just saying is that the ratio of the exponents of the differences. So they took the differences, and then they took a logarithm of this, and then it should show you that the exponents are right. If the exponents aren't right, that means one is exponentially larger than the other. That's what this is showing. Note, both of these metrics are symmetrical. If we let F1 be the first metric and F2 the second, the reader will note that for any positive numbers, x, y, f1 of f of x equals x minus y. What does this mean? This means you took the votes for Biden and you subtracted them from the votes for Trump. And when it puts in caps, this is statistics. So when you see capital letters in here, that means it's a set of numbers. It's not just one number, it's a set. When you use a lowercase letter, typically it denotes that it's a variable. This is just a convention that people use, especially in statistics. So then this should equal negative y minus x. So you took the differences between Trump and Biden. It should be the differences between Biden and Trump, and then you negative that. So let's say that China Joe got 100 votes, and then Trump got 120 votes, right? That's negative 20. That should be the same as 120 minus 100 times negative 1. Negative 20, right? That's why you should like and subscribe, because I know math. And I also am very good at fact checking. And that f of 2 x of y equals log of x over y equals log of x minus log y. So what does that mean? So let's say that China Joe had 1,000 votes. This is just a regular log. So let's do, and then King of Memes had 500 votes. So we would do that, and then we would do a log, right? And then it would be 0.3. And then so what that should be is it should be log of x minus log of y. And so it should be 1,000 log minus, 500 log. And I messed up. Log of x over, well, that is a logarithm. Okay, so if you divide two logarithms, I remember these logarithm rules like back of my hand because I got them wrong in calculus in the first year, and it tripped me up. And then I had to go back, and then I got 100%. This is one of the logarithm rules. I messed up on the example, but this is a logarithm rule. Let's look up log rules. Always fact check. That's another reason why you should see. Here it is. See right here, the product, 2 more rows. Here they are. And then should have it's this one, the quotient rule. It's the quotient rule right here. And then that equals negative log y minus log x. It's the same thing as this one up here. And then it should be negative log x over y. All right. This is legit. In other words, given x for Biden x for China Joe and y for the King of Memes, either metric will produce a score which the opposite of which should produce is what it should produce if the update instead had y votes for China Joe and x for Trump. This property is extremely useful, will come in handy during the statistical analysis. Readers might ask, why are you measuring the ratio? Why not measure the differences between the vote proportions or equivalently their percentages? The answer to this lies in what you're looking for. I.e. evidence of fraud or foul play which manifests extremely unusual outcomes. In particular, ratios are almost never used in expressing vote counts. Open paren only typically hears one of percentages or when a race is close numbers and paren. And so anyone committing fraud is looking to cover their tracks. This is more likely to be gaming in the metrics they're used to and much more likely to leave tells in metrics that they're considering. This obscure critical differences between the two statistics. One, ratios demonstrate an important property. The farther ahead a candidate is, the harder it is to move the next 1% ahead. They reflect the relative difficulty of each marginal vote as the pool of remaining votes decreases. And so what is that? Hold on. Can't just brush over this. We're digging through this rigorously. They reflect the relative difficulty of each marginal vote. As the pool of remaining votes decreases. So the pool of remaining votes decreases, and then you're not going to have the same. So when the pool's very big, the statistical likelihood should be somewhat the same. And then the pool's going to get smaller, and then you should not see the same statistical likelihood because your sample size is lower. So that means you're going to have more error in the output. As a candidate approaches 0 or 100% of the votes, the rates at which the ratio of the candidate's votes to the other candidate's votes converge to 0 or infinity if they are different. Ratios allow us to spot a potential sign of fraud, usually low ratios between the losing major candidates and other less well-known candidates, because those who watch and participate in elections tend not to think of these in terms. If they're fraud, they're much less likely to have covered their tracks in this respect. A tin pot dictator-style election where the favored candidate gets 99% of the votes is obviously suspect, but less attention is often paid to details like whether the ratio between the most popular losing candidates and the long shot third-party candidates actually makes sense. looking at the metrics. There are less popular in political use, but tremendously helpful here, as we will see. To illustrate this, let us consider a sequence of two hypothetical elections between Tom and Harry. Imagine that the first time around, Tom wins 55% of the vote to Harry's 45%. 4 years later, Harry is the challenger, and Tom improves his margin to 60% of the votes. There are many ways that this can happen, winning over new voters. Harry's previous supporter no longer voting, Harry's supporters switching to Tom, or some combination of the above. Let's consider merely the last case of the moment. For Tom to get to 55% of 60, he must convert 1 of 4 of 9, or just over 11% of Harry's supporters. This may not be easy, but it's hard outside of the realm of possibility. Now, consider another hypothetical election, which a heavy partisan electorate between Alice and Bob. In the first election, Alice got 90% and Bob got 10%. In order for Alice to achieve the same absolute percentage increase, Tom, i.e. 5%, she should converge 5% among the population of 10%. Sorry, she must convert 5% among the population of the 10%. So, right. So in order to get to 95%, you would have to take 5% from the other person, right? In other words, she must convert 1 out of every 2 supporters of Bob, because 5% plus 5% is 10%. So then you would take 1 out of every 2. For reasons outside of the scope of this paper, this may not be 4.5 times as difficult as candidate getting from 55% to 60 of the total votes, but without question much harder. A useful example of this is in San Francisco, California, the place where they have ivory towers and where they have a homeless epidemic. There's like insanely rich people everywhere. And then there's home bums sitting on the side of these ivory towers, banging dope that they got from the cartel, just taking shits on the sidewalk. You can walk down the sidewalk and you can get cholera, Hep C, Hep A, typhoid fever, black fever, the plague, the bubonic plague, COVID, and TB, all at the same place. When you step on a pile of shit next to a home bum that's coughing while he's banging cartel dope that he got from an illegal immigrant because it's a sanctuary state, which, despite being one of the bluest cities in America, numerically and culturally, is one where Democratic presidential candidates consistently get about 90% of the vote, but never seem to crack 95%. So we saw some stuff in here. So what was the margins we had before? The margins that we had before were, so let's look at that. San Francisco, the most blue place in the country. You can never get above 95%. But look at this. Remember we calculated this number earlier? 4.225%. That's highly statistically unlikely. This is the first evidence that we have here of voter fraud. This one is almost impossible to do, even in San Francisco, where they have ivory towers and where they have homeless people next to these multi-billion-dollar buildings that are banging cartel dope and taking shits on the sidewalk. There are Republicans in San Francisco. However, few of them, and converting half of them is a tall order. Yeah, it's like you converted half of the Republicans in San Francisco to vote for China Joe. This makes ratios as a useful tool in our arsenal for analyzing the question in the form of how much is too much. This allows us to assess the data in ways which we believe is qualitatively different and qualitatively superior to the common forms of assessment used by average individuals and the news media. This election represents an extraordinary and unique opportunity for election integrity analysis and the application of statistical fraud detection research. As it's likely, the first national election in American history, at very least, where the general public has had access to time series election data. Even well-respected academic papers, which study election fraud in other countries, seem to mostly study after-the-fact information about final tallies. Analysis is done on statistics about voter turnout, digit frequency, and other information which is available in after-the-fact official numbers. After all, if reports of widespread fraud and corruption ordered from the top in elections, e.g. Russia, Uganda, Ukraine, Iran, etc., are to be believed, then these governments, which tend to have much more control over what can and can't be published than our government, are likely to want to increase the number of dimensions on which their claims to legitimacy can be audited. A look at Michigan. Now let us calculate these two values for each vote update in Michigan, where China Joe and the King of Memes have positive views. If it follows the institution that there are an inverse relationship between the margins of an update and its ratios, we should expect to see larger clusters of data with a few points below, to the left and right, and virtually no points in either the top or right, which would represent simultaneously extreme for Biden-Trump margin and Biden-Trump ratio, or the bottom left, which is analogous for favorable to Trump. So here's the distribution presented as a scatter plot with numerical margins x-axis and the log ratios on the y-axis. And so what you're going to see is we have ba-boom, 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 these statistical outliers. That's why they use the logarithms, because what you see here is a difference between the exponents. So you see here the log. So the log, if you remember, when doing a little math 101 for everybody here who's not very good at it, we took the number e. Again, we squared it, and then we took the natural logarithm and we got 2, because that's what logarithms do. They tell you the exponent. So if this exponent was 3, we know that something went wrong. The computer is lying to us, because we put in e squared, and then if we got 3, well, that's a problem, because e times e is going to be 20.85. So if the logarithm here is 3, when we put in e squared, then we obviously have an exponent difference. So that's what this thing is the exponent difference is just a woo. So Biden-Trump votes, and then so here's Biden over here, and then here's Trump over here, right? Biden votes, Trump votes. I would assume that would be that. As we can see, most observations follow the basic contour or hypothesis. The more extreme an update is one respect, then the less extreme it is in another. For example, so if it's more extreme, okay, so what does that translate to? If it's more extreme, so we were at 0. So if it's up here, then it's going to be near 0. So if it's up, then it's along this 0 axis right here, right? So we shouldn't see anything in the corners. There's no corners over here, nothing in the corners over here, and then there's one up here that's extremely suspicious, and then this one's also very suspicious. For example, the updates at negative 3,622 and negative 6,449. This one has fairly extreme ratio of Biden-Trump votes, about 1 to 632. Wow. Now that's quite a ratio there. But it's not very large, producing only a margin of negative 3,622 votes for China Joe, which, as we can see, is not terribly extreme in this in the context of this distribution. Similarly, the points all the way to, we would call that one a black swan. That would be a black swan. The other one is going to be a rainbow swan. Similarly, the point of all the way up in the left, negative 6,456 and negative 8.61. Negative 66,000. So that's over here, and then negative 8. This one right here. Is one where China Joe's margin is significant, negative 66,546. But where the ratio is about 1 to 2.26 is not particularly unusual for a vote update that favors Trump. So this was an update. This one was this one favored Trump right over here, right? Because you see Biden vote, Trump votes. So it's inverse. So if it's over here, it favored Trump. If it's over here, it favors Biden. We can see this pattern as well in almost every China Joe favoring update as well. For example, the update with the third greatest margin for Biden at 34,450 and 2.69. 34,000 right here. Down here, that's this one. It's not particular. Hold on. Where was I at? 30. Yeah, this one is 134,326 Biden votes to 99,867 Trump votes. Let's do the ratio. Okay, so it was 74.35% for Biden. That's a lot. That's a really high percentage. I mean, you got to think this election came down to like a razor thin margin, remember? Right. So, but if you go into the big cities where there's a lot of Democrats who've been race rioting over fake news, then maybe you can see these margins. But remember, in San Francisco, they get 90% votes for the Democrats, and then 95% vote for Democrats is near unheard of, but it's happened. And then anything above that, not going to happen unless there's election fraud. And the update with the third greatest Biden-Trump ratio of 6,091 and 2.84. So 6,000 and then 2.84. That's what? One of these? Oh, I think they're right there. Which Biden received 6,863 votes, and then Trump received 773 votes. So let's do the ratio there. 6,863. And that was like 80, hold on, only 11%, 11.27% for Trump, which that's like you're in San Francisco, right? This has fairly extreme ratio of 8.884, but only nets Biden 6,091 votes, a relatively small amount compared to what we examine next. And that's, we're going to now go look at this one that's really sketchy. That one is really, really, really sketchy. Let us consider the less extreme of these, the point 4,779 and 2.24. This one. That one's not sticking out from the group too much, but it's still like, what's happening over there? So this point representing the vote updates which went 54,479 for China Joe and 4,718 for Trump. And then let's do it on the, So then apparently 91.35% of people voted for Trump or for Biden. So apparently this is like San Francisco on a blue wave. And arrived at 3:50 a.m., just like in the middle of the night, right? On November 4th, 2020, is both the second largest vote margin for China Joe at 49,779 and also has the second largest Biden-Trump ratio at 11.55 to 1. So that means there was 11.55 votes for every vote that Trump got. Sorry. 11.55 votes for China Joe for every vote for the king of memes. As we can see, this was described above. The update with the largest margin of updates was merely 7,776 votes, while this update had over 7 times as many votes and broke more heavily for Biden. The oddness of updates described above pales in comparison to that of the update on the top right corner, this one that's like, okay, what's that one? That update at 135,290 and y is 3 point, or the exponent is 3.1 164 represents the vote update described at the top of this report, which is responsible for the extremely noticeable spike, which nearly eliminated Trump's lead in one shot. So just that one dot, just that one, just one of these entries that they put in the middle of the night swung the election. Yeah, I'm not buying that one. Black swans happen, but you're talking about a rainbow swan here, bro. Like there's nobody's ever seen a rainbow swan. We've seen black swans, you know? We can look up a black swan, right? And we can actually find a picture of a black swan, right? So here's a black swan. They're extremely rare. But have you ever seen a rainbow swan? No. Why? Because they don't exist. There's no rainbow swan, dude. It arrived at 6:31 in the morning, ET on November 4th, and went 141,258 votes for China Joe and 5,968 votes for the king of memes. So that means this basically would be San Francisco in a blue wave in a huge city. Maybe not a huge like LA, but bigger than Portland. Oops. Where'd it go? And so hold on. Representing both the largest vote margin for China Joe of any of the 502 updates we've seen here at 135,290, while also representing by factor of 2 or more than 2 the largest Biden-Trump ratio at a whopping 23.671, the log of which is 316. As we will see in the comparing with other states by our metric, this is the single most anomalous point in the nation. This update is also particularly interesting for one other reason. There are about 2,546 non-two-party votes, while the king of memes only has 5,968. So what is that saying? So there was a little less than half of the votes. All right, 2,546, right? So there was 2.35 times the votes for Trump as you would have for a third-party candidate. And then third-party candidates, they'll get like maybe 1 or 2% of the votes, maybe up to 5, and then the Republicans will get like 30%, like 6 times larger. So the scale here is not normal, obviously. This update's also, sorry. So here is we can see here's all of the other data, and then it clumps up around this. And then you got this one outlier. And so what is this going to say? So the pool is getting smaller. So we took the votes, and so whenever we get about halfway through the vote count, we should start seeing some sort of average emerge. And then as the pool of votes gets smaller and smaller, it's going to be less of the average. So towards the end, in the beginning, when we have a small number of votes, we're going to see a wild swing in it because there's not a large sample size. When the sample size is small, you don't get very accurate statistics. Then as the sample size gets to about 50%, you're going to start seeing the trend emerge. And then as you go off, that trend should remain the same. And then if the trend at the end then goes whoop, then you got a problem. As we see, when we weight the numbers of votes in any given update, this update is particularly anomalous. The next closest vote weight by others, Trump ratio is less than 2/3 of this one, and the median, 137.56, is smaller by a factor of about 464.5. So one's 464.5 times larger than the other. You're like, okay, all right, what are we like in San Francisco, and like the bluest precinct in San Francisco here? For such a large batch of votes to be counted while also showing such an exceptionally poor performance of Trump relative to two-party votes is clearly very surprising. In particular, it calls to serious question the veracity of these vote updates and perhaps some of the strongest direct evidence of fraud in the entire project. No, actually, we're going to see something that's even more sketchy. And I'll show you why it's sketchy. So don't forget to smash that like button and hit that notification bell after you subscribe so that you get notifications as to when I go live. Someone looking to fraudulently improve China Joe's margins relative to the king of memes is likely to be focused on covering their tracks by keeping China Joe's share of the update at reasonable value. 95% might seem plausible, but 99.99 at this scale becomes prima facie implausible to any honest observer. One effective way of achieving the desired goal of decreasing the king of memes lead at this point would have been to suppress the king of memes votes while artificially inflating the two-party votes in an attempt to disguise just how Biden favoring this update actually was. Indeed, this is precisely the reason this report uses ratios, because they are metric virtually everyone used for any practical purpose in this discussion election results. Virtually never used for any practical purpose in discussion election results. Someone committing fraud is far less likely to consider how unusual a ratio might look, because it would take a PhD dude to, hold on. If I looked at these numbers, I also too could have gotten these numbers too, because anybody studying artificial intelligence, or I have a startup in it. You're used to putting these numbers on the graph and then looking at the ratios of them, because the graphs will the numbers shoot off the chart, and you're like, okay, well we have to compare these, and because you can't fit them all on a graph, so you got to use a logarithmic scale. Because they are Indeed, this is precisely... Hold on. Indeed, this is precisely the reason this report uses ratios, because they are... In particular, because the two non-party candidates received far less attention in the 2016 presidential election, and Green Party candidates was even successfully sued off the ballot in one or more states, It's hard to believe that this vote update only favored the king of memes over non-two-party votes by less than a factor of 2.53. It was 2.344. When state ratio was 38. It was over 38. So in the entire state, for every vote for a Green Party candidate or a third party candidate, there was 38 votes for, was it the king of memes? Yeah. Next section entitled Absent a compelling explanation for why this particular update at such a crucial time, in particular in a crucial state, which improved Biden's standing in the state so dramatically, also had non-two-party votes performing so unusually relative to Trump votes. It seems unlikely that the vote update reflects an honest accounting of legitimate votes. So they're probably switched some votes using the system, or they probably logged in on the internet into the servers where there supposedly there's malware on these servers. I don't have evidence of that right now. I just got word of that claim from who? Tim Pool. So here is the analogous graph for Wisconsin. And so here's Biden vote margin versus Biden log ratio. So that's that same thing. Here's the logarithms here on the y-axis. And here's the number of votes. And so if we have a small number of voters, then we can get wild swings. But if we have a large number of voters, we really should not be having exponents up here for a large amount of votes. This is obviously a rainbow swan over here. This is not a black swan. A black swan can happen. A rainbow swan can't. The patterns of this graph are somewhat bizarre. The updates favoring the king of memes, open paren I.E. Those to the left of 0 on the x-axis, end paren, exhibit an inverse relationship between the margin of victory in a king of memes favoring updates and the ratio between the king of memes and China Joe votes. For example, the update at negative 5,433 and negative 4.564. This one. But there's so many. See, this is what I was saying. If you have a very small sample size, you can get that. So this isn't sketchy because of the number of votes. Which is the most extreme in the state's terms of ratios, is from an unusually Trump-favoring batch of ballots, which went from 5,490 to Trump to 57 for Biden. So that's, woo. But that can happen. Now, that's still pretty sketchy. That's still pretty sketchy. For Trump, 57, even for a small batch, that's pretty sketchy. Trump Biden ratio is about 96-1 for Trump. Number itself is quite large, but critically, it's not anomalous with respect to the shape of the distribution. So it's just not enough votes to actually do anything. So could have had election fraud from some Trump people too, because election fraud is committed by people who have political objectives in order. And this is not unique to either Republicans or Democrats. People are people. Sometimes people cheat because they hate people so much they cheat. The telltale sign of oddity here is not the extremity to which respect either value, but its co-extremity. China Joe's distribution looks slightly odd here, but there's one point which especially stands out. I.E. The one in the top right, the 118,215 votes with a 1.74 exponent. That's this one. The one that's like absolutely gigantic, like, whoa, boo, that's enough to swing an election. This was the vote update, which arrived at 3:42 a.m. CST on November 4th and went 143,379 for China Joe, 25,163 for the King of Memes. That was 82.45% for China Joe. And 17.55% for the King of Memes, giving a margin of 118,215 and Biden-Trump ratio of about 5.7 to 1. So there was 5.7 people who voted for China Joe as opposed to one person who voted for Trump. About 3 times larger than the update with the next largest margins, which was 39,449. At the same time, only one update, one with a mere 6,435 votes, i.e. about a factor of 18 fewer than the update in question, which went about 3,037 for China Joe and 495 for the King of Memes, has a larger ratio of 6.14 to 1. So here it is in Georgia. We've read this enough. Now we can look at the numbers. So we've read this enough that we can look at these charts and we could know that this is a lot of. Well, hold on. Maybe I'm just interested. So we got that one. That's a short one. This one seems only slightly more anomalous than the other graphs, but we will see it actually contains 2 of the 9 most anomalous votes updates in our combined distribution of 8.954 votes updates. In particular, at that point, 136,155 and a logarithm of 1.543. That's this one. What? No, 1.543. This one. No, 1.543. That's this one. Represent our vote updates, which arrived at 1:34 in the morning Eastern Standard Time on November 4th, is the update with the largest margin of all the updates in Georgia. It also has the 10th largest Biden-Trump ratio. There are a few smaller updates with more extreme ratios, but as we will see detail later in this report, this point is in fact unusual. Short survey of other states. We'll turn now to other states, particularly those with similar characteristics. Ooh, hour and 12 minutes so far. This is a long paper, but you know what? Can't really make it go any faster. If you want to know how this stuff works, you're going to have to stop, pause, dig through it. Best way to do it is on camera, where you can back up and then review it. So feel free to just rewind and listen to that part again. Make sure that you get the math. And it says, e.g., a swing or blue state where one or two urban cores offset an otherwise very Republican population, in paren. These help us establish an initial baseline for what these distributions should look like within any state before we begin comparing updates directly across the states. So we can see that there are places where I think they're saying this one was less sketchy. I think they did. Yeah, there's still large exponents, but very small. This is not anomalous because there's very few votes. And when you have a very small sample size, when you have a very large sample size, you should expect the curve shouldn't like jump up and down. Whenever you start getting a large sample size, you get your percent, and then it should remain that way. But then if you have a very small sample size, then you can get these little blips because there's not many votes. And, you know, it's like you had a precinct with 100 people in it, and then all of them are Trump supporters. Not in particularly anomalous. The inverse relationship is immediately visible here. We have the points near the bottom representing high Trump-Biden vote ratios. a few points far to the left represent high Trump-Biden values. A couple much farther to the right representing a high Biden-Trump margin, but which is not particularly extreme in terms of their Biden-Trump ratios. So what that means is that it's kind of close to zero. The exponent was low. If the exponent is high and then the votes are large, then we have a potential voter fraud here. Highly potential voter fraud. So this is just one of the sets of data. Keep watching. I know it's a long video, but I have more evidence that is beyond this. This would be in a courtroom. We would call it clear and convincing evidence of voter fraud. It would not be a preponderance where more than likely was voter fraud. This is a preponderance of the evidence. So if you're not familiar with these legal terms, preponderance of the evidence means more than likely it happened. An example of this is you have two people who own 50% of a car, and then one person crashed the car, and then hold on. So the judge, then the other person sues the person in court, and so you both have 50% stake on this car. So at that point in time, the judge doesn't need a lot of evidence to determine one way or the other. If it's your car and then you crash your car and then somebody takes you to court, says you need to give me money for the car that you crashed, the judge is going to say you need clear and convincing evidence for that because it wasn't your car that was crashed, right? You have to have evidence that the car crashing hurt you, and this has to be clear and convincing because this is suspicious. If two people owned the car, then they both have equal claim to the car. And then the person who crashed the car would then be liable. Another example is you have a child custody case. Both parents have equal right to the child because of equal protection under the Constitution. And then the dad yelled at the mom, or the mom yelled at the dad, one of the two. The judge would say, all right, well, both of you guys have right to the kid. All I need is any sort of reason to side with one or the other. So all I need is any evidence. And so was it more than likely that he yelled at her? Yeah, it was more than likely. If it wasn't more than likely, then that's not a preponderance of the evidence. If it's clear and convincing evidence, it would be like your grandmother or some person who's not related to you tries to get custody of your child. They never lived with your child, but they're like related. Say they're like the uncle, and then maybe you got a drug habit or something, right? And they want to get your kid. When you go into court, they need to prove with clear and convincing evidence that you're not acting in your child's best interest because they don't have a claim for the child. It's just like the person crashed the car and then somebody else sues the person for crashing the car. They're like, why are you suing this person who crashed the car? Because it's not your car. Okay, well, it caused this damage to this. Is it clear and convincing that it caused? Okay, show me a picture. Did they crash into your wall? Okay, they crashed into your wall. Clear and convincing, they crashed into your wall. And then there's beyond a reasonable doubt. And so that one basically means that you have a jury, and then one of the members of the jury did not agree. It's why you should like and subscribe to this channel. Ring that bell for notifications because you will receive gems like this on a regular basis on this show. While there is an update which is more extreme in terms of how large the King of Memes China Joe ratio is, in several updates with extremely large King of Memes Biden ratios, King of Memes China Joe ratios, margins, we see the basic shape remains the same. And so, here's another one. We got an outlier here in New York, but the exponent's not high. If the exponent's high, then we have a problem. If it's this, it means that it was like a heavily Democrat area. If it's over here, it's like it's probably election fraud because the exponent is exponentially greater and the number of votes, the ratio of the votes is exponentially higher and the number of votes is so large that it can swing the election. The vote margins for each unique for each update are clustered fairly heavily around 0, while the few updates which have exceptionally large margins for either candidate have ratios which are not nearly as extreme as those in many other updates. Consolidating, comparing, and how long is this? You know what? A lot of people want to actually know this entire thing, and they're way too lazy to read this. So I'm just going to keep going. Next section reads, consolidating, comparing, and measuring. Having taken a brief tour of states with similar characteristics, i.e., where China Joe is currently in the lead and Democrat votes comes overwhelmingly from a single urban area, open paren, or perhaps 2 in the case of Pennsylvania, close paren, we can see that the Michigan and Wisconsin graphs look very unusual. It's because, remember, these ones were, the exponent was closer to 0. It was under 1. Large numbers under 1 just means it's a Democrat county. Large number, but close to 0 here on the exponent, or sorry, the logarithm, which means whatever the exponent was. So let's say Trump got 1 vote, or sorry, that number won't work. Let's say Trump got 10 votes and then Biden got 100 votes. You would then get a logarithm of, the log of that would be 2, because 10 squared is 100. But then we go back over here to Wisconsin. We can see it's over 1, and it's a very large amount. And then we can see, so if it's under 1, the logarithm was 1. So if it's 2, then it's like x squared. So x, when we see 2, it's like the king of memes got 10 votes, and then Biden got 100. 10 squared is 100. We would see it close over to here to 2. That would be 10 times. And if you see anything over 2, you're like, wow, that's like some blue waves in San Francisco. This is over 2. This is like a blue wave in San Francisco. And here again, we have, that was it. Okay, so let's go back and look at the rest of the article. Now, in order to more rigorously assess the extent to which this is actually anomalous, it's necessary to accommodate the reality that the typical Biden-Trump margin and China Joe King of Memes margin and China Joe King of Memes ratio will vary substantially between states. If we merely take these values as they are, then most of the difference between, e.g., Alabama and California would likely just be artifacts in the massive discrepancies between how candidates each performed in the states. Artifact means there's like something that's not right about it. So like an artifact in an image is like noise on the image. So like, let's say you're looking at this camera and then you see like some like noise from the camera sensor, then that would be called an artifact. Artifacts also can be referred to as things that were left behind that you didn't clean up too. To achieve this, we use data transformation process called standardization. That's where you put the numbers between 0, no, that's normalization. Oops. Okay, so this is a process by which a series of numerical data, the mean of the data is subtracted. So standardization, so you take the mean. So let's say that means the mean is the average. And then, so then you would put that, you would subtract the average. And so then you're kind of centering it around 0. And then the result is divided by the standard deviation. And that, what that means is it's that bell curve thing. However, so you got a bell curve, right? So standard, the deviation of the bell curve is how far. So here you see these little lines here. That's your standard deviation. How far away from the average these things were. So that's like saying if they were all, like, you have like a bunch of numbers and they're like 0 through 100, and then if they were all 50, then you would have a standard deviation of 0. That would be right in the middle. If you had a normal distribution, then I forget what that would be. If it was a normal distribution, that would mean, I think it would be right here. I think that's a normal distribution, though. One omega. Or no, that was not omega. Lambda. Small lambda, right? Data standardization is a very common technique in machine learning for training models on data sets with very different numerical magnitudes and means, as it provides precisely the functions we need here. Thus, we can standardize each individual margin log ratio point within the state and the plot as we did before. And what we get with the graph, the values for Michigan are in red, those for Wisconsin are in green, the values for all the other states are in blue. And so here's what most of the states look like. And then, woo, what do we get over here? Michigan, and then Wisconsin. And, you know, these going, here's the 0 axis. So these ones, you know, it's not too, what does this mean? Out of these 8,954 votes updates across the country, we can see how overwhelming the pattern is. In particular, we can see that with a few noticeable exceptions, as one value grows more extreme in any direction, the other trends to be less extreme. So if it's farther out, translate that into English. If it's farther out here, then it should be close to 0. If it's farther up here, then it should be close to 0, right? Here's 0. Here's 0. So if it's at the extremes, it should be near 0. And then whenever we get stuff like this that's not near 0, we should look. That's probably that one that we were talking about that was swung towards Trump. This brings us to the visually identifiable exceptions, directing our attention to the points on the far right end of the distribution, i.e. those which have the most extreme China Joe King of Memes margin with respect to their state. We immediately see 1 point for Michigan, which is quite far above where the shape of the plot would otherwise predict it. This point, 15.494 and 4.989. This one. And this is Trump-Biden margin standardized by state. This one's the log standardized by state. So it was the second largest, is the vote update, which arrived at 6:31 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on November 4th, went 141,257 to China Joe and 5,968 to King of Memes. Recall, this update had both the largest margin, 135,290, of any of the 574 updates. In Michigan, about 85,000 votes and a factor of about 2.7 over that of the update, with the next largest update is 5.679 and 3.92. Is that this one? Which critically and surprisingly vis-a-vis is this distribution shows was both the second largest in terms of China Joe King of Memes margin and China Joe King of Memes ratio, It also had the largest China Joe King of Memes ratio, roughly 23.69 votes to 1, by more than a factor of 2 over the update, which the largest Biden-Trump ratio. This visual discrepancy between the update and overwhelming pattern followed by the other updates is glaring, and we shortly qualify how extreme it is. Next, consider the green dot just slightly down to the left of the red outlier. This is the vote update in which Wisconsin, which arrived at 3:42 a.m. Central Standard Time on November 4th, which went 143,394 for Joe and 25,163 for King of Memes, for a margin of 118,215. It was the update with the largest China Joe King of Memes margin in Wisconsin by a large distance. And in China Joe King of Memes ratio was the second largest. Second only to an update, which is 26 times smaller and yet only slightly more extreme in its ratio. We also see a red dot at 5.679 and 3.914. Here's 5.679 and 3. That was this one, right? Really high right there. Which corresponds to the vote updates, which arrived at 3:50 Eastern Standard Time, November 4th, and went 54,497 for China Joe, 4,718 for King of Memes, for a margin of 49,779, a ratio of 11.55 to 1, 11.55 votes to 1, which is like a blue wave in San Francisco. It's worth noting that while not nearly as anomalous as 6:31 Eastern Standard Time update, this was very extreme along both dimensions in its own right. As we will see, however, it ends up being the 7th most extreme value in terms of its non-adherence with the distribution as a whole. While both of these points would be unusual in their own, it's exceptionally unlikely that both of them would have come from the same state. Critical, so it's like, basically it's saying that you won the lottery 2 times in a row. Critical to the election, less than 3 hours apart during an overnight counting process. Yeah, like in the middle of the night. I just won the election 2 times in a row in the middle of the night while the election people weren't there. Yeah, right. A process subject to great controversy and where remain nearly 3 weeks from Election Day, many unknowns. Together, these 2 vote updates provided China Joe with the votes required to deliver the lead in the state. Qualifying the extremity, having demonstrated visually how anomalous the 4 key votes updates are, we now proceed to attempt to qualify how unusual it is that these 3 points exist once, and 2 of them are from the same state. That's like, yeah, it's like 4 people won the lottery all on the same drawing, and then one person won it on 2 times on the same ticket. The graph is presented 2-dimensionally, but it's really 3-dimensional. It's visibly much denser in the center and has what appears to be something like 2 normal distributions. And as you move farther away from its origin along the what does normal distribution mean? So there's a uniform distribution, and that means it's a completely random number. And then if it's a uniform distribution, that means it follows the bell curve. I said that right? Normal distribution follows the bell curve. And as you move farther away from its origin along a positive sloping line which runs through the origin, the lower density you can expect. So what does that mean? Let's go back to the, what does that mean? Explain it. Translate into English, Kale. My mouse is going dead here. So here's the so it's what it's saying is when you get towards the edge of this bell curve, the normal distribution, you're going to have so this is the probability. So the probability that was in the middle, whenever you have a normal distribution, it's usually going to fall somewhere around there within the standard deviation. So if let's say you got a bunch of numbers and they followed a bell curve, you're going to expect most of the numbers to be between 25 and 75, right? Because that would be if it's a normal bell curve, then your numbers that you're going to get are statistically highly likely to be between 25 and 75 out of 100. And then near the end, you don't have much, there's not much area underneath this curve. And so that is going to make it much less statistically likely to happen. And so this isn't even, okay, I don't even think that this is as sketchy as the stuff that I'm going to come out with that you'll see next. The other stuff is like, holy crap, that happened, huh? The other information comes from the guy who invented email. Graph below has two particular interesting visual properties. Well, hold on. It was presented by the MIT scientist that invented email. The graph it was his team of people, and it was, you'll see. Graph is presented two-dimensionally, but it's really three-dimensional. It's visibly much denser at the center, what appears to be something like two normal distributions. So you move farther away from the origins along a positive sloping line, which runs through the origin, the lower the density you can expect. So what are we seeing? We're seeing a normal distribution. Yeah, it's the bell curve, right? This is the normal distribution. So we would expect most of these numbers to go around here. The outer edges of the graph on the top right and bottom left quadrants closely resemble the shape of the lines 1 over x. Let's graph this. Desmos, yeah. It used to be on this website all the time. Here, let me log in real quick. Oops. Let's graph 1 over x. Right. Here's that curve. We can see it in the calculator. Here's the and then what do? We see this over here. 1 over x, 1 over x. So that's what we got. We have basically a 1 over x shape. That's what it should follow. This is why you should like and subscribe, because the data from this channel is generally this quality. We similarly expect points in both, since these values will thus mostly be either both negative or positive value, we can see multiplying each point's x coordinate with its y coordinates is a useful way of assessing the extent to which it follows this sort of distribution, since there are more points near the origin than there are on the visible, quote, boundary lines, end quote, i.e. the sequence of points at the outer edges, so the boundary lines, in the first and third quadrant, which visually from the lines looks like the graph f perhaps scaled of y equals 1 over x. So what they're saying is here's y over, so here's 1 over x, and then all of these dots here are over the 1 over x. This is highly peculiar mathematical property. Can I put this in? Can I draw this? Here, let me draw this for you. Because I know it's hard for most people who aren't engineers and computer scientists and know calculus in order to see this stuff. So let's put the thing. here. And let's draw an approximate 1 over x here. So what we're going to see is, and we're going to see a line like this. And that's from our calculator of, we have the 1 over x and then this. So this is going to show you that follow the blue. I got to follow the blue ones. Not that one. That one's, some of them are noise, but you just follow the outline of the blue, right? So what did I do? Let's do the other one so I can get a good one. Follow the outline of the blue. Right there. Follow the outline of the blue. In machine learning, you just typically get a neural network to do this for you, and then it'll classify it for you. And then it'll say, hey, look, these ones. All of these are anomalous. All of them. All of these numbers, because you could see the blue dots. And then there's a couple of them, and then these are for other states. So it does happen, but they shouldn't happen in the same state. So these are all different states that are here. And then we shouldn't see anything in this corner. And then this one wouldn't swing the election, even though it's high. This one wouldn't swing. These would swing. These would be swing. We shouldn't see two of them in the same state. We've got, what, 3? Thus, for each, again, both standardized by state, coordinate pair of China Joe, King of Memes margins, and the log ratio of China Joe to King of Meme votes. Can multiply these values and examine the distribution of the... So you multiply the values in statistics to get rid of the negative number. So the x squared part. To examine the distributions of the resulting products, here the larger values and the magnitudes, and the less it follows in the non-co-extremity plotting these. And then we can see that the ones over here, these ones, they stick out like a sore thumb when you square them. Once they're square, oh hey, so it looks like it's just a little bit outside of this 1 over x line over here, not over here. And keep in mind, these are differences. So we have some other dots here, but these are differences between the Biden and Trump votes. So say if it's San Francisco, we would expect them to be over here. If it's a state where it was a hairline margin, we would not expect this to be here. We would expect these blue dots, and in fact, they probably even are California, or maybe like, what's another one? Like, you know, New York didn't even go that much to Trump. Let's say Philadelphia. We would expect, is that one solid blue? That one's not. No, they have a Republican legislator there. What's a solid blue state? Oregon. Yeah, we would expect Oregon to be, you know what? Trump got 40% of the votes here. It's not, this state is on the verge of being a red state. If you are listening to this and you have any sort of resources to dump into elections here, we would love to flip this state red, because we're tired of these scumbag Democrats shutting our economy down over there. If you're unfamiliar, there hasn't even been any extra COVID deaths. Like, I know this may be a shock to a lot of people, but you can look at the provisional death counts for COVID. This is from the CDC. It's called Provisional Death Counts for Coronavirus Disease. You can go down to deaths from all causes. You can calculate up what day of year it is. This is the 335th day of the year. So we could take this number, divide by 335th times it by 365, we'll get about 2.835 million deaths in 2020. And then you can actually compare that to the deaths in 2018. And you could see in 2018, there was 2.839 deaths. So right now, currently we're projected to have 3,305 less deaths than in 2018. Yeah. That's why they call it the plandemic, dude. I personally think China's behind it. And then that's the justification that they're using for all of this mail-in voting that then all of a sudden turned out to be extremely fraudulent. And then all of a sudden now, the other main story that eventually we'll get to is that they're trying to start a war in the Middle East. You know, China Joe's not even in office, and they're already starting a war in the Middle East, dude. This is called deep state. Deep state is another word for dual state. This is actually a political science term that is very, very old. There's nothing suspicious about a dual state. There's always been dual states in almost every country, but here we call it the deep state. Deep state is run by people who work for the federal government who live around the Washington, D.C. area. Most of those people who are hired there live in the area. They also have friends and family in the area. Those friends and family give them jobs, and then they end up with cronyism, and that's called the deep state. As we can see, the values are overwhelmingly concentrated near the median, and the graph is profoundly right skewed. So it's profoundly right skewed. So it's all skewed towards Biden. Otherwise, the x-axis would need to stretch all the way to 80, but about 60 of the 8,954 unique updates have values less than 10. So most 80, hold on. So 60 out of those 8,954 would fall really close to here. So most of these. And have values less than 10, but 10 have values less than 20. In other words, an overwhelmingly share of the updates seem to track this rule pretty close, but a small number of updates is truly extreme outliers. A quick dive into the 10 points reveals the data by which this point in the report will be very familiar to the reader, right? So we saw those, right? We already went over these in detail in the graphs before. As we can see, 4 of the 7 most anomalous vote updates, which is to say updates in which the margin and ratio are co-extreme, are in electoral critical states. Right, where they're like tallying votes in the middle of the night where they sent the election officials home. Yeah, right. And occurred during the same 5-hour period where the circumstances on the ground were and remain contested and highly suspicious. So it's like they shut down the poll. They sent the poll workers home, and then they hit the lottery twice on the same ticket. And then 2 other people also hit the lottery at the same time at the same place. No, that does not happen. That is called a quadruple black swan. Now, I think there has been that many people win the lottery, but there were a lot of people who dumped money into those lotto races, and they got a lot of odds, and so it's not the same. So it's like everybody bought one ticket, and then one person bought one ticket, and then they won twice on the same ticket from buying one ticket. Quadruple black swans don't occur in politics, bruh. It is worth noting here that roughly 15% of the vote updates in the data set of 8,954 were from these states. If we assume it equally likely that any particular state should end up at any of these extreme points, there would be about 1.2% chance that 3 states are represent in 3 out of the top 4 of the top 7 spots and a chance, about 0.99 chance, that these states would occupy 5 of the top spots. Thus, it is very surprising that we see the states in question so disproportionately represented on the top 0.11% of the distribution of co-extremities. Predicting more typical results and assessing their implications, we now proceed to ask, how extreme did these vote updates need for China Joe to win the states? To do this, we consider, quote, level sets, end quote, of the products of the X and Y values of the coordinates we're plotting, and consider the percentiles of which of these with respect to the values graphed in figure 10. Where's figure 10? That's 12. That's 11. This one, the one that should be 1 over X, the one where we got the really anomalous votes. Each level set is a point in the distribution and has a corresponding percentile. For example, the 99th percentile of products is about 6.6, much smaller than the values of 77.3, 46.45, 33.23, and 22.22, which we see for these 4 updates. We now determine what each of these updates might have looked like if they were only in the 99th or other percentile of co-extremity. So if they were within the 99% of the other votes, what would they have looked like? Sorry. If you, within basically the rest of the country. So when it says 99%, you're like, okay, most of them, almost all of them, except for the 1% that was like way off, like the blue wave in San Francisco. In deciding how to do that, we must consider what makes more sense: holding the margin consistent and seeing what the ratio would look like, or holding the ratio consistent and seeing what the margin would look like. The latter makes far more sense for this scenario, since the former suggests an equal number of ballots for both candidates may have been held back improperly, while the latter likely suggests that an excess number of ballots for the winning candidates were produced. We're interested in testing for the latter scenario. Since we're using ratios to predict margins, let's make sense of, to show what the graph in figure 10 looks like with the axes are reversed so that one can see how margins vary within the ratio. If that was California, we wouldn't be suspicious. If we're in a place where it's a contested 50-50 election, or like 49-51 election, then we would say that this is really odd. If it's a blue wave in San Francisco, then it would not be odd. This one, statistically impossible. According to the fact that 90% of San Francisco typically votes for Democrats, and then they might get up to 95%, but that's extremely rare. That's like the blue wave in San Francisco. And then that one was like 4.5%, or sorry, that one was like 95.3% or something. So it was over the 95, and it's like, okay, apparently you had the biggest blue wave in San Francisco ever. This shows the same data as shown in figure 10, but is more natural presentation for using ratios to predict margins. The pattern becomes somewhat more clear when we simply look at absolute values, as our subsequent examinations rely on metrics which treat pro-Biden and pro-Trump votes updates symmetrically. We can also consider the level set of margin ratio combinations which form a particular percentile of the co-extremity. So here's that 1 over x thing right over here. You remember that thing within the thing? And then they map these things out. That's what I did for you earlier. And you're like, okay, this California, this isn't, San Francisco or like any of these other blue cities, then this wouldn't be out of the ordinary. This very out of the ordinary. This is definitely out of the ordinary. This is the out of the ordinary. This is the out of the ordinary. This one's out of the ordinary. And then the next charts that we're going to see after this are even more sketchy. This right here is almost enough to convince a judge. You add on the next graphs I'm about to show you, and the judge is 100% convinced. This is clear and convincing evidence. You would probably even say beyond a reasonable doubt, but that's up to a jury to decide. If one of the jury members disagrees, then that's a reasonable doubt. So it's not clear and convincing. Clear and convincing can be a higher evidence requirement, because preponderance of or beyond a reasonable doubt is like, we don't want to put this dude in jail for something that he probably didn't do, but that he might not have done, even if the chance that he didn't do it is like really remote. There's a chance, and one person thought that there was a chance, so therefore it's better to let 20 guilty people free than have one innocent person rot in prison. This is different, though, in a legal proceeding. If you're going to convince a judge to go with something, this is clear and convincing. This is clear and convincing that you have to have a deep audit, that you have to have the FBI involved. In fact, the FBI is involved. The pattern, this shows the same data as shown in Figure 10, but it's more natural presentation using ratios to predict margins. The pattern becomes somewhat clear when we simply look at the absolute values, as our subsequent examination relies on metrics which treat pro-Biden, pro-China Joe, and pro-King of Memes vote updates symmetrically. So what did that mean? So look, so we had numbers down here. This is Trump. And then we had numbers up here, Biden, right? We want to put them, we need to do statistics. We can't have any negative numbers, because you can't have a negative percent probability chance of happening. So we squared the numbers. That got rid of the negative signs. And then when you got rid of the negative signs, you'll see, woo, look, almost all of them go down there. And then you got like California. Well, these ones are kind of, you know what? Honestly, these are also really suspicious. All of these are really suspicious. But these are the most, this is the ones we're focusing on. Like this is like San Francisco in a blue wave. These ones are like blue wave, but not, it depends. There's a lot of, we got to look at a lot of other data. Sorry. We can also consider a level set of margin ratio combinations, which is a form of particular percentile of co-extremities. Here we show the absolute values of the standardized log ratio. Standardized means that it's greater than 1. And it's centered around 0. No, standardized was, they squared them and then they put it around 0. So standardized means they put it in relation to 0. And then squared means, what? I forget what the squared means. With a level set annotations for the 95th and 99th and 99.5 percentiles. This allows us to clearly see how extreme vote updates are with respects to the total generally observed properties of them being bounded by an inverse curve. The solid black line represents the 95th percentile. So which one was that? This is the 95th percentile right here. Here's the 99th percentile. And then here's the 99.5th percentile. So what does that mean? It means that if you took like, what's 0.05% of the U.S. population? Damn, I killed the calculator. So we have 335 million people, or 330 million, and then you took 0.005%, and then it would basically be like 1.65 million people out of the entire country. That's what they're saying with the 96th percentile. Kind of something like that. So the middle black line with the dashes and dots represents the 99th percentile. 99% of the 8,954 vote updates are less co-extreme than any other of the points on that line. And at the highest up line, dotted black represents the 99.5th percentile, i.e. 99.5% of the 8,954 votes updates are less co-extreme than any of the points on this line. As we can see, all four of the vote updates in question, open paren, the two red dots, the green point well above the line, and the farthest up yellow point, these ones, the ones that are labeled, are well above even this line. Indeed, at least the least extreme of these points, represented by the lower red dot, which is above the 99.5th percentile curve, is the seventh most co-extreme point out of all 8,954 vote updates. Represents the 99.92th 92nd percentile. This raises next section reads, This raises the obvious question, what might these votes updates look like if they were less extreme? Graphically, this would involve moving some of the combination of down, open paren representing a lower margin, close paren, and the left, open paren representing a lower margin, end paren. In theory, we would simply calculate the shortest distance to any particular percentile level of the curve and choose that particular margin ratio combination. Shortest distance to any particular percentile curve and then choose that particular ratio combination. So I think that would mean that like this distance here would be like they're using this distance here. This would be more normal, and then when you skew it out over here, then it's like, whoa, what's going on over here, man? Stuff should be kind of towards, you see, it's like if you get a bunch of random numbers, like you would expect them to fall around 50, right? And they would be in the range typically of 25 to 75 if you're picking random numbers between 0 and 100. And that would be what they're talking about, is the line right here. Shoot, I lost my place. Doing so would ignore a crucial aspect of the nature of the data. However, in particular, decreasing the ratio at any given margin implies the total number of votes in the update would go up. In particular, given the scale of the anomalies here, this would imply a scenario in which the large number of the votes, possibly hundreds of thousands for both candidates, were somehow withheld. So let's translate this into English. They're ballot harvesting, and that means people are going around picking up ballots, and then people start throwing out Trump voters' ballots, or they switch them in the computer all at the same time. While it's possible that this is the case, it would almost certainly represent a data entry point on the scale of hundreds of thousands of votes, which affected both candidates equally or nearly equally. Since the margin is the metric which matters for the result, if we were foul play, it would be much more like the votes are being subtracted from one candidate while added to the other. Since we bring an a priori assumption about what these updates should like, it's worth considering that what they would look like if these ratios are accurate and if they were merely represented the 99th percentile of co-extremity. Graphically, this represents taking the four points in question and dragging them down to the middle of the three black lines plotted. If this were done, the vote updates would have staggeringly smaller margins, would still be more co-extreme than 99% of the 8,954 vote updates studied. We have no affirmative reason to believe that this was precisely the case. Indeed, we cannot, with the data available to us, affirmatively make a case for any particular outcome. It's merely useful to consider what updates with these scenarios would have looked like if they had more co-extreme than only 99% of the 8,954 vote updates studied, as opposed to 99.92%. If the result seems unrealistic or implausible, this is a result of how bizarre these vote updates are with respect to the rest of the distribution. First, let's consider Michigan update at 6:31 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on 11/4. Its product is 77.3, and its margin log ratio coordinate pair was 15.494 and 4.989. So 15 and that was way out here. Woo. I think it was on that other graph. That was 15 and then 5. 15 and then 5. So that's this one. That's this one. That's the craziest one. This one out here. If it were only to be at the 99th percentile of co-extremity, which means if it was within this line, this little, this is the 99.5th percentile. So like these are the 0.05% of the most extreme ones that were in 0.05, sorry, not 0.05, 0.5% of the area. No, this is 0.1. This is 90. No, that's 99.5. And so the 99th percentile is in here. That's this one. So if the votes had fallen inside of this range, so i.e. if it was like a normal situation where there was a blue wave in one of these swing states, if it were only to be at the 99th percentile of extremity, its product would have only been 6.6. So the standard log ratio of 4.989 is held constant. The standardized margin value would be a mere 1.323 as opposed to 15.949. So it would have been way over here. So it would have been right over here. At this point, we have to undo the standardization process, which allows us to fairly compare these values between states. Since they were standardized with respect to the vote updates in Michigan, we can determine the actual margin of the corresponding to the z-score of 1.323. Looking up the numerical margins, which corresponds in Michigan to a z-score of 1.323, we see it's about 11.834, while the z-scores of this actual observation was 15.494. That's really extreme. Corresponding to a margin of 135,424. So that means the difference was 135,424 votes. In other words, if we held the ratio constant in this vote update were only in the 99th percentile of co-extremity, the margin of votes would have been 123,590 votes fewer. Would have flipped it. Trump would have won. Let's now consider the Wisconsin update at 3:49 a.m. Central Standard Time at 11/4. Its product is 46.452, and its margin log ratio coordinate pair was 14.427 and 3.22. And then 322. 322, this one, the yellow one. Was that Georgia? No, the Wisconsin one. That's this one, the green one. And this would have corresponded to a margin of 118,394 or 96. In other words, if we held the ratio constant, this value updated it was only if it was only in the 99th percentile of co-extremity, the margin of this vote update would have been 101,459 fewer votes for China Joe. Let us now consider the Georgia update at 1:34 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's this one, right? Right, this one. Its product is 33.233. Its margin log ratio coordinate was 12.836 and 253. Yep. If it was held constant, the standardized margin value would be only 2.549 as opposed to 12.836. Looking up numerical margins, which corresponds to Georgia on a z-score of 2.549, we see it's about 21,250, while the z-score is actually, of this actual observation, was 12.836. It's a lot larger, corresponding to a margin of 107,143. In other words, if we held the ratio constant and this vote update were only at the 99th percentile of co-extremity, the margin of this vote would have been 85,892 fewer votes for China Joe. Lastly, let us consider the Michigan update at 3:50 Eastern Standard Time. Michigan is red. I think it's this one. Produced 22.9. It's like off the charts. Yeah, I think that's that one, the most extreme. If we were only at the 99th percentile of co-extremity, this would have produced, it would have been 6.600. So if the standardized log ratio of 3.912 is held constant, the standardized margin would have been 1.687 as opposed to 5.679. Looking up the numerical margin, which corresponds to the Michigan to a z-score of 1.687, we see it's about 15,009, while the z-score to this actual observation was 5.679, corresponding to a margin of about 47 or 49,800. I think they say this obviously is a typo. They got the thing. So 498,922. In other words, if we held the ratio constant, it was in the 99th percentile of co-extremities, we would have had a, boy, they messed up there. That's a decimal place. It's 49. They messed up. So the margin of this vote, it's not the first typo. You know what? This stuff's technical. I write papers like this too. It is really easy to accidentally boost. Actually, you know what? That's supposed to be in parens. Actually, that 9 is not. That's supposed to be in a paren. See how these are there? They missed the brackets on it. It happens. So in other words, yeah, it would have been 34,819 fewer votes for China Joe. Woo! Anybody else on number overload? That's a lot of numbers. But you have not gotten to the nail in the coffin of the statistical likelihood. So just wait, because the next is sketchy and you can only do it with a computer algorithm. But I have to go to the bathroom. So let's let our brains just settle for just a second on what that exactly meant. I'm going to stick this on. I'm going to go take a real quick bathroom break, and I will be right back. Doing good. We are. Woo, boy, this article has taken 2 hours and 14 minutes. But you know what, man? It's a lot easier for me to read it than it is for you to yourself. You think you're actually going to read it on your own all the way through here? I probably wouldn't have read it all the way through on my own either if I wasn't on camera. So important considerations here in this is the title of the next section. It says it's important to note one crucial indicator of why these results are bizarre. In virtually all other cases, areas which are very pro-Biden or pro-Trump have vote updates of varying size. And so a large vote update heavily favoring one candidate is almost always accompanied by an even smaller update, which have a higher variance in the ratios. So if you have a large number for Biden, you should also then have a somewhat smaller but noticeably large one for Trump. And at least some of them will favor a candidate who won the largest batch. In particular, to accept the results as seen in Michigan as legitimate, one would need to believe that the one or two most possible pro-China Joe areas of the state were somehow each counted their ballots entirely in one or two updates. So it's like they counted all the votes that Biden won in one or two updates. If they were counted incrementally and released in smaller batches, as is typically the case, we would expect to see a smaller update with higher variance in outcome. And we would almost certainly see an update with higher Biden-Trump ratios than the, higher China Joe King of Memes ratios than the two Michigan updates discussed earlier in this report. Indeed, if the subsequently discovered that these did not comprise the entire count, open paren, for either mail-in votes or all votes, close paren, in these areas, then these results should be regarded with extreme suspicion. While vote counts are no means a random sample nationally, given a small enough subpopulation at which votes are counted, they eventually are. If it can be shown by those with access to time series, country level, or precinct level data that for which countries or precincts reported this update, there were other updates, open paren, or other updates with mail-in ballots in paren, then these results became almost impossible to believe. This is to say, the believability of these updates relies on the premise that one of the two most China Joe favoring parts of the states, perhaps by ballot type, were counted entirely in two batches. Right. So he's like losing, and then you got two batches, and then all of a sudden he's winning. Don't believe you for a minute. If it cannot be shown that the ballots counted during these spikes were qualitatively different than all other vote updates in Michigan, results are likely too extreme along multiple dimensions to be accepted at face value. One would also need to believe that mail-in ballots, which have generally been understood to be more pro-China Joe, sometimes substantially so, were counted entirely in these regions. While this data set does not prove breakdowns of how many votes in each update came from different types of votes, it's extremely surprising that we do not see smaller vote updates with mail-in votes which favor China Joe heavily. Why on earth is it just the mail-in ballots that are favoring China Joe? You got to ask yourself the question, why aren't the in-person ballots also favoring China Joe? You're like, oh no, it's just because Democrats like to vote by mail. No. It's because Democrats cheat when you vote by mail. Because they live in big cities. Most Democrats live in big cities. Most Republicans live in rural areas. That's why most of the country's landmass votes for Republicans. And then you see most of the votes come in from the big cities. And it's because you got a bunch of socialist punks up in these cities that are looking for a handout. You got a bunch of really, really corrupt people that are just trying to give out other people's money to get these people to vote for them. And it's just a huge scam. This is also the case in Wisconsin. Where the updated update discussed in this report, which had the largest China Joe margin by far, also had the second highest China Joe King of Memes ratio by only a small amount. Accepting this at face value requires the belief that the most pro-China Joe subset of the votes by geography and vote type was counted entirely in one batch. Right. When he's losing. It would also be extremely... This is like you won the lottery twice when you're extremely broke and you needed money so bad that you would have lost your house or everything. Your wife would have left you. Everything would have been bad. And then all of a sudden, boom, you won the lottery twice on the same ticket. It would be extremely surprising if all mail-in ballots in the two most favoring China Joe counties in the state, Dane and Milwaukee County, were entirely contained in this batch. So it raises the question is, why didn't we see even more pro-China Joe updates in smaller, high-variance vote updates in these heavily Democratic areas? So they're saying you would have seen then the same ratio in the other heavily Democratic areas too. If we were to accept these votes were counted entirely in one batch, this raises serious questions as well, in particular, given the ambiguity to this day about where the vote tabulation process was stopped and why. It makes little sense why these votes would be released in such unusually large batches. All of this is especially surprising when viewed in contrast to the prevailing analysis of the election that China Joe's victory was the result of improved performance in suburban areas. Looking at the map of final results by county, it's highly likely that the vote updates came from a more densely populated urban counties than China Joe's ratios were much higher. Where China Joe's ratios were much higher. The findings here call into question whether we can see that he relied heavily on four extremely aberrant vote updates, which almost certainly in heavy pro-Biden areas to provide a much-needed boost in the early hours of November 4th. We have reached the conclusion, so I'm going to do a real quick touchdown celebration because OBS has not crashed in the middle of the stream. If you've been watching the show, you know OBS likes to crash after at least maybe an hour and a half, so I'm going to do a real quick victory dance. That's why you should like and subscribe to this channel. I'm going to stand up. Woo. I'm going to take this coat off. We got to the conclusion. You actually sat through hours of really technical engineering stuff. So give yourself a round of applause for making it to the conclusion. All right. I got a shoulder injury when I was doing wrestling in high school that I made a lot worse when I was a wildland firefighter, and I was trying to put a really heavy bladder bag of water, like 10 gallons. I was putting it over my shoulder, and then I pinched a nerve here. And so when I sit down a long time, I'll get it'll start to burn. I'll get the pinched nerve. So I'm getting the pinched nerve. My shoulder hurts really bad, but I'm going to keep going. We actually have quite a bit more to cover here. Actually, this is usually the live streams are pretty long. That's because we actually go really deep down the intellectual dark web rabbit hole. There is a lot. If you're unfamiliar with RSS commentary, you should really check us out. Check us out on YouTube. Check out our riot footage from the summer. I covered it all summer in detail, and we went deep down the intellectual dark web rabbit hole. Conclusion. This report studies 8,954 individual updates to the vote totals in the 50 states and finds that 4 individual updates, 2 of which were widely noticed on the internet, including by the president, are profoundly anomalous. They deviate from a pattern of which others found in vast majority of the remaining 8,950 vote updates. And the main big MSM, the fake news industrial complex, or FNIC, they have been saying nonstop these claims were unsubstantiated. And then guess what? Trump's right. This has been the story the whole time. The entire time with Donald Trump, it's always been big MSM, FNIC, trying to piggyback on Trump's fame so that they could be clickbait artists, so that they could make money off of advertisements and subscriptions by putting out X free articles to get Y subscriptions and Z advertising money. They're scammers. They're clickbait artists. They're attention whores. They make their money by putting out salacious headlines and piggybacking trends. I'm a journalist. I know because I piggyback trends myself. I, too, go to the trending section, look for what is trending, and I look for stuff that I can piss people off because it'll make them click on the video. That's how I know this. And I'm an entrepreneur, and I know a lot about business models and engineering. So the findings presented by this report suggest that 4 vote count updates, which collectively were decisive in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Georgia, and thus decisive of a critical 42 electoral votes. 42. So that would have swung the election right there. That would have been the election would have been swung. Would have been king of memes as the victor. They're especially anomalous and merit further investigation, especially given the charts that I'm going to show you after this, which can only be accomplished with a computer algorithm. In particular, the findings that the broader data allows general patterns and our ability to measure just how much individual vote update does or doesn't follow this pattern allows us to make concrete claims about both how extreme any given vote update is and about what any particular vote update might have looked like had it been less extreme in another axis or another. So that means the exponential, the y-axis, here the the logarithm. You can see right here the logarithms over here, and then we can see the number of votes on this axis. But they standardized it, which means they put it around the axis of 0. Normalize would mean that you put it through the values of 0 to 1, which would not be what we want. We further find that if these updates were more extreme than 99% of all updates, which means that 1% of say 1%, let's say you went to San Francisco and that was like heavily blue. It was like a blue wave in San Francisco. That would be in the 99th percentile of these updates nationally in terms of their deviation from this generally observed pattern that withholding all equal, China Joe may very well have lost the states of Michigan, Wisconsin, and Georgia, and that he would have had 42 fewer electoral votes, putting China Joe below the number required to win the presidency. Either way, it's indisputable that his margin of victory in these states relies on 4 most anomalous vote updates identified by the metrics developed by this report. We once again note that this analysis is largely restricted to 4 individual vote updates out of a sample of nearly 9,000. This report by no means suggests stopping investigations in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, and Georgia, or elsewhere. It merely that these 4 key ballot areas are both profoundly anomalous with respects to a metric which removes any component of different states having different partisan leanings or different numbers of votes. Furthermore, this analysis does not require that we regard the final vote tallies in any of these states or counties thereof as suspicious, nor critically does it require that we can accept that the observed data should be followed any particular distribution a priori. What does a priori mean? I forget. Relating to or denoting reason or knowledge which proceeds from theoretical deduction after the observation or experience. So this paper, all these math stuff would be a priori. We observe some stuff and then we can make an conclusion based off of that observation. We merely show that the data adjusted appropriately to remove differences in size and political leanings between the states does follow a certain pattern, and that 4 key vote updates deviate profoundly from that pattern. It is our belief that the extraordinary anomalous nature of the studied vote updates here, combined with the staggering political implications, demands immediate and thorough investigation. Correction, a previous version of the... Whoa, we made it to the end. Woo! Let's do another touchdown dance. Woo! Yeah! OBS did not crash. Yes. You have no idea how upsetting it is when you dump thousands of dollars into a show and you spend full time doing the show and then OBS crashes nonstop. And you know what? I think it was actually a monitor cable. It was an the last thing I would have replaced in the entire studio. The last thing. And then eventually I was like, wait a minute. What if it's the monitor cable? Right? And then I think the monitor cable is disconnecting and reconnecting rapidly, and then it was shutting the show down by hogging up the CPU. That's highly probable. So, correction to previous version. This post calculated the probability of vote updates in Georgia, Wisconsin, and Michigan, constituting 5 of the 10 most co-extreme votes updated in the 0.0037%. The actual value is closer to 0.99%. Authors apologize for the error, and the post has been corrected to reflect this. Whew. Oh, sorry. All right. So, now let's look at the really suspicious stuff that is statistically proves that voter fraud happened. Okay, so first let me give you a little bit of a background of where does this data come from? This comes from the guy that invented email. Hold on. It came from Dr. Shiva Adadori. He invented email. He's an MIT PhD computer scientist and engineer. I'm a computer scientist and engineer. This guy's legit. And he used to be... He used to be one of the untouchables in the Indian caste system, which makes him a very highly respectable person. In my book, if you are from India and you are an untouchable, my heart goes out to you. My heart goes out to you. I'm very well aware of the caste system. I studied back when I used to study psychology. I also studied philosophy, and I was a jazz musician. And I fancied myself as a Taoist priest, but I don't, in hindsight, I think I was just a crazy hippie. So this guy, well, here, so let's look at here. I'm getting, I just gave away the goods. So hold on. Nope. I just gave away the goods again. So these are the results from the counties in Michigan. And I want you to look at this pattern. So what you're seeing here, these are on the x-axis, percentage of Republicans in each voter precinct. So 0% Republicans here on the y-axis, and then it goes all the way up to 100% Republicans. Only take a note here, it only goes up to 85% Republicans. All right. So now we would look at this, and now we would see, okay, these precincts that are coming in, we shouldn't see vote tallies exceeding 85% for Biden, because that's highly statistically unlikely. So look at these. This is in a YouTube video, and if you want to find it, you'll find links in the comment below. It's on GitHub, github.com/RSS commentary /Cale McCullough /issues/112. That's how we are fact checking. You'll see that link here shortly. So what you should notice here is if there's mostly Democrats, this is in Kent County, Michigan. If there's mostly Democrats, what we see is this is the average deviation from here. So we'll see that the average is this yellow line. And then we'll see as the percentage of Republicans goes up, you see a straight line, right? And they deviate in a precisely straight line. Sorry, they deviate from a precisely straight line. Mostly Democrats, oh, it's just flat. Mostly Republicans, it curves down like that. And then what do these things say? So these are the percent votes for Trump individual vote. On the y-axis, what you're seeing is Trump individual votes versus relative to Republican Party versus percent precinct. So what this says is they have straight party ticket votes, and that's relative to Republican Party. So what they're saying is that instead of voting straight ticket for Republican or Democrat, that we're comparing the individual votes for the people who didn't vote straight ticket. This is going to show us what percent of people who didn't vote straight ticket voted for Trump. So as we see more Republicans, what we should expect is we should expect a larger percent of votes to go to Trump, or the king of memes, as opposed to China Joe. But we don't. The more Republican the precinct gets, the fewer votes for the king of memes we see. Now, one of these, all right, this is called a black swan. We should see everywhere, we should see this. We should see this pattern with the straight line. It should deviate like this, up and down. It just should not have this pattern like this. So this is just one county. And then China Joe got a 45,000 vote lead. This is total votes early and on election day. Now let's look at Macomb County. Now we can see Trump candidate percent relative to straight Republican Party ballots, or a straight ticket vote, because you could just mark I'm voting Republican and then you'll vote straight ticket. And what we see, what do we get? We got the same pattern. If there's more Democrats, the numbers standardly deviate. As you see here, we got these average, these average, and we got an outlier, so it kind of pulls it up a little bit farther from, if these outliers weren't here, this line would have been just a little bit down there. But we got one outlier. That's kind of normal. And then what do we get as it gets more Republican? We could see there's fewer and fewer percent of individual votes for Trump, because it's a lot harder to fake it when you got a straight party ticket. Now, this gave China Joe 28,000 votes. And then we can also see again, what is this red line's the straight Republican ticket. And so what does this say? This says, okay, so it was a straight Republican ticket. And so we said in more Democratic areas, most of the Democrats voted for China Joe, as you would expect. And then as it got more and more and more Republican, what do we see? The same straight line. We see the straight. This is okay. So already we're at a quadruple black swan before we got to this. Quadruple black swan, quadruple black swan. We got 4 black swans in a row on the same night. Then we just had another black swan. So we're at a pentuple black swan. Now we're at a sextuple black swan. Now we're at a, is it centuple? Can someone please put in the comments, what is it for 7? There's pentuple, sextuple. Centi is 10. So, there's 7. Now we're at 7 black swans. We got 7 black swans right now. 7. That doesn't happen ever. Period. You don't get 7 black swans in one night. No, you do not. Let's keep going. Here is Oakland County, where China Joe got 40,000 vote lead. And what do we see? We see the exact same pattern. Now, we've got in the Democratic areas, the margin, the average deviation is in a straight line. So you can see most of, they average out into this straight line right over here until you get into the heavier Republican areas. Once you get into these areas, now we see the same pattern. Oh, look, it's just going down in a straight line. So now we're at 8 black swans. We got an octa black swan. We're not even done yet. We're not done yet. Now we have Wayne County. Wayne County is where Detroit's at. This is the one where, what's her name? The attorney, something Powell, Sidney Powell. That's where Sidney Powell she had accidentally put Benville in there. And they would say, oh, there's a 350% discrepancy in Benville. And they're like, oh, well, that's in Minnesota. That's not in Michigan. Only it turned out to be Belleville, which is in Wayne County. Belleville, Illinois. Sorry. No, there's a Belleville, Michigan. Turned out to be another typo. There's a lot of typos going on right now. But look, Bellevue is a city in Wayne County in the state of Michigan that has a population of 3,991. That's the size of a voting precinct. So when she said Benville in this infamous image in this one, where you can see that they had Benville up here with the 3, that's a misspelling. You can see on this list, look for Bellevue. No Bellevue. You're missing Bellevue. We got a Benville. It's Bellevue. And the big MSN. Oh, they had a field day. They're busted. It's in Minnesota, not in Michigan. You can't trust anything that these people say. You can't. So now we have a heavily Democrat county. And look what happened in this heavily Democrat county. Look, there's no curved line. And guess what? Trump got more votes. You see all these? That means Trump won that county. Or hold on. No, that means that he didn't win that county. That means that he had a higher voter turnout with the African-American community than Obama did. More people voted for Trump than Obama. Or sorry. Fewer people voted for Biden than did Obama as a percentile. So, how many black swans are we at? We're at 9 black swans, dude. We got 9 black swans in a row. And on top of that, we've got an explanation as to how it happened. Here's the explanation. And I just in my background, I'm the author of the fastest method to print integers and floating point numbers. I wrote the world's fastest integer printing algorithm that optimizes all floating point printing algorithms. It's called the Puff algorithm. You can look me up. You can find me on GitHub. I'm script2. And you can find my documentation for fastest method to print floating point numbers, integers and floating point numbers. And you can see in here that I have found a method that uses fewer than 50% of the division instructions to print floating point numbers. And I am considered an expert at printing numbers in floating point number format and integers. And so what you will see, so that's my credentials. I'm a software and computer engineer. And so I'm going to explain to you how this works. Here is an example from black box voting, again from Dr. Shiva. Dr. Shiva's the man. He's also running for Senate in Massachusetts, I think. So you should, if you're in Massachusetts, you should vote for Dr. Shiva. He's got some books that he's using a systems approach to. He's kind of like the unplug from the internet. He's a lot like I feel like I feel the same way that he does. You got to unplug from the internet, because there's so much crap going on. And he was an untouchable in India's caste system, so he's not sold on the establishment, and that's how he's on our side. That's how we got this doctor. So this was from voting machine from Diebold, which is what they used for the base for the other voting machines. And what you can see from this result here was that they do one thing. They have this really sketchy here. Bush Cheney got 95,126.02 votes. Banner Campaign got 1,916.17 votes. I mean, how do you get a fraction of a vote, right? Kerry Edwards got 120,360.63. And so then they took it to the Supreme Court, and they said, and then they flipped the election. And that's how the Bush v. Gore thing happened, right? Or no, this was Kerry. No, never mind. I'm mixing stuff up. I'm retracting that one. Okay, so you cannot use... A vote is an integer. That means it's a whole number. And when you use floating point numbers to calculate votes, you should not have decimals here. You shouldn't. Okay, so let's look at a 64-bit floating point number. So they used a double because they used an x86. They used a Windows machine, which is really easy to hack. So here is the IEEE 754 double precision binary floating point format. And what we will see is we have fractional bits, 52 bits, right? 52 bits. What does that mean? That means this is essentially an integer, kinda. And then we have an exponent, and then a sign. So what this means is we're going to take essentially what they're doing is like they're multiplying by 10. So let's say this base number was 23, and then this exponent was -2. That would be 0.23 if it was base 10. because basically what you're doing is you're shifting the number over. In binary arithmetic, it's all base 2. So let's say this number is 4. If it's 4, this is 2 squared, and then the exponent was negative 2. That would be 0.5. So what you're doing is you're just shifting. It's called bit shifting. So you're basically taking the fraction and then you're shifting the bits, okay? So I want you to notice there's 52 bits. 52 bits here. So let's do 2 to the 52. Sorry. 2 to the 52nd. And what you're going to see is that there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. You can represent a crazy amount of numbers in this. Like these are the whole number. These are the whole numbers that you can represent in a 64-bit floating point number. What that means is you should never, ever, 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 ever see a decimal in a voting machine. It's not possible because there's 52 bits, dude. 52 bits is a lot. A lot. Even if you had a 32-bit number. Let's look up the 32-bit number. So this one has 23 bits. 2 to the 23. What do you get? You get 8 million. All right. So we would see a fraction. What this means is you could not have an election with a 32-bit number or a 32-bit floating point number because you could only calculate 8,388,608 votes. After that, you're going to lose precision. So in order to do it, you have to have a 64-bit number. And if you use a 32-bit number, there's no physical possible way that you could actually tally votes. It's not possible. Well, hold on. No, you could add one. You could have, it is possible to do it, but it's not the way that you would program it. You would have to do some really weird stuff to do that. You'd have to take like a tally. Okay, it wouldn't work. It wouldn't work. It would have floating point conversion values. You'd have to use the 64-bit, in which case you're going to be able to get that like 4 times 10 to the 15th value. So you could get unlimited votes. You could probably vote to tally up all the votes of all time within a 64-bit floating point number. But you should never get this. This should never happen. And can anybody tell me why this is happening? In the comments below. There's a straight line. What does that mean? It's a weighted vote. They multiplied the number, the floating point number. They multiplied it. That's what it means. You could tell your friends the guy who wrote the fastest integer and floating point number, the one that optimizes Grissu 2 and Roux, that one, that guy, that's the guy who's vouching for this, as well as the guy who invented email from MIT, and Phil Klein also too vouches for this. He's former Attorney General of Kansas. So, was it Phil Klein? Well, I can't remember exactly what Phil Klein said. There's a bunch of stuff that I read about. Phil Klein's got a bunch of. Phil Klein has even more information. This is not all of this voter fraud stuff. This isn't. We haven't even gotten to Arizona. Well, I can't get to Arizona. Arizona also too has foul play. We're only covering a small number of states. There is widespread voter fraud in America. So what this says is they used an algorithm, and that algorithm was a linear line. And what they did was they said, you take the percentages of Republicans in those districts and you multiply it by some percent based upon whatever the percent was. So it looks like a 45-degree line sloped here. That's what they're doing. They're multiplying the numbers, and then what you end up with is this. That's what you end up with. And what happens is you repeatedly multiply the number over and over and over again, or you add the number, and then you add these numbers over and over and over again. And what you get is you get floating point arithmetic errors. You're not supposed to have any sort of fractions on there. And when you do, and you multiply them repeatedly millions of times, because there's millions of people voting here, what you end up with is wild deviations. You don't get, it's not like you took integer numbers and you said 1 + 1 is 2, 2 + 1 is 3, 3 + 1 is 3. It's like you got, it's like there's a margin of error because you converted from base 10 to base 2. And there was some small error. So like when you multiplied it, there was an error of like maybe 0.00003 or something. And then you multiplied it a million times. And then all of a sudden that error started to get very, very, very large. And then what you end up with is the numbers, when you add them up again, you don't get the same number. You would only get them if you used a 64-bit floating point number inside of an x86 computer on a Windows-based voting machine. That is insanely easy to hack. Okay, I make computers. I know how to make voting machines. I know how to make a secure system. I got my own network protocol, my own firmware library, sockets library, builds up on top of mbed. I am dabbling in trying to make it more secure than others, but I have no credibility on the security aspect. I'm not a security guy. That's the boundary where I'm going to say I'm cut off. That's not my job. I just build the system, but I do know a fair amount about how to protect the system. I'm just not an expert at it. I would say moderate, but I'd probably get hacked. But what I do know is that you can hack Windows really easy. Why? Because my system's been hacked a bunch of times, and I'm very careful. In fact, China broke into my computer. If you want to go look back in the RSS commentary archives, you'll see I got proof that China hacked into my computer. It was after this incident where I discovered that China had been manipulating Wikipedia, and then shortly after they hacked my computer. Also, too, some people from where? From it wasn't Syria. It was another terrorist place. I also had some terrorists hack in too. So what this adds up to is it basically shows you that there is enough evidence of voter fraud that it is clear and convincing evidence that the 2020 election was stolen, that it was hacked, that ballot harvesters, which are people who pick up ballots, it's illegal in a lot of states, but it's not illegal in every state. They'll pick up ballots. They'll get paid by some like George Soros, like literally, like not just trying to be a conspiracy crackpot. George Soros does pay people to pick up ballots. He does. Like Mark Zuckerberg also poured $400 million. Here, let's get into this next article. All right. So we showed that. This is old news, so I'm not going to make a new video about it. This is from the independent.co.uk newspaper. Mark Zuckerberg donated $400 million to help local election offices during the pandemic. Facebook founder Mark Zuckerberg and his wife Priscilla Chan have donated $100 million more to helping local election offices to prepare for November, as long as some conservatives are stepping up their efforts to stop the funds from being used. Even as some conservatives are stepping up their efforts. The contribution brings the total funding for the election from the billionaire who's been censoring our social media for quite a long time. It puts that... Oh, man, I forgot. This entire time, my mouth has been out of sync with the audio, huh? Dang it. Oh, no! Such a good video, and then my mouth is out of sync with the video the whole time. Dang. Offices, they dealt with the difficulties of accepting the new voting behavior during the coronavirus pandemic. Election experts had estimated it would cost about $4 billion to make the changes, but Senate Republicans never acted on a relief bill from the Democratic-controlled House that included $3.6 billion to help voting officials. Mark Zuckerberg and Chan stepped into the gap initially in September with a $300 million donation. That came after all other donors had already been contributing to the nonprofit that's receiving most of the Facebook founders' contributions, the Chicago-based Center for Technology and Civic Life. Quote, we've seen massive interest in the COVID response grant program over the last month from over 2,100 election officials who are seeking funding to ensure safe health election options for voters in every corner of the country. Even Tia Epps Johnson, ex-director of the Center for Technology of Civic Life, the money will pay for protective equipment to prevent the spread of coronavirus at poll sites, drive-through voting locations, and equipment to process mail-in ballots. Right. Okay. The CTCL is respected by election administrators for both parties, but it was founded by a former staffers of Democratic technology firm, and last week's Louisiana Republican Attorney General Jeff Landry moved to block 26 offices in his state from taking $7.8 million in funds. Landry's also working on rewriting state law to bar such arrangements in the future. We have to. We can't allow the person who's got the monopoly on social media for the entire world, who's censoring our speech, blacklisting QAnon supporters and Proud Boys and any sort of militia group that would help protect us in a conflict against black looter mob Antifa Nazis, or Blaman, similar to Waman. A Republican legal group late last week also announced that it had filed lawsuits in 9 swing states, including Iowa, Pennsylvania, against the donations. Phil Klein, the Thomas More Securities, that's the guy who I got, who I quoted earlier. He's the former AG for Kansas of the Thomas More Society's Amistad Project, in a statement last week announcing the litigation called the donations an insidious, coordinated stealth campaign to manipulate this year's elections. So when was this authored? This was authored November 11th, so it's not too long ago. It's like 3 weeks ago. Zuck, in a post on FaceCrack, acknowledged the controversy. Quote, since our initial donation, there have been multiple lawsuits filed in an attempt to block these funds from being used based on claims that the organizations receiving donations have partisan agenda. And Zuckerberg wrote, that's false. These funds will serve communities throughout the country, urban, rural, suburban, and are allocated by nonpartisan organizations. Really? Nonpartisan organization. Okay, so let's call this guy out on this. How long is this article? What do we got to get through? I'm going to read the rest of this article. We're going to go. I don't have the article pulled up, so I got to go find it. But sorry, I said I was going to read it. Zuck added most election officials had applied fewer than 25,000 registered votes to their jurisdictions. Some conservatives have criticized CTCL for donating to election offices in large Democratic-leaning cities and swing states. In a widely circulated video from President Donald Trump's campaign, a campaign worker being expelled from election office in Philadelphia, the recipient of an $8 million CTCL election grant, asked if not a public place because it's being funded by a nonprofit. Yeah, basically, so they funded the election offices. Not only that, paid the election judges too. So what did he buy? What did Zuck buy? My computer is glitching. Let's look up Phil Klein. So he filed a lawsuit. Wasn't this one, huh? Oh, it's Zucker boxes. Is this what we're looking at? Here in just the news. So here's what it was. Okay, so do we have to read the whole thing? This one says Trump allied legal activist GOP vote suppression revenue. Oops. That was a little bit annoying, right? Really freaking loud, huh? I do so humbly apologize about that. I thought I clicked mute. I'm so sorry for everybody with loudspeakers. Feel free to click that dislike button. I know. Or smash that like button because I'm doing such a good job. The Amistad Project's Phil Klein, former AG of Kansas, or Attorney General, alleges a two-tiered election system involving not only government targeting Democrat strongholds to turn out votes, but also, quote, government targeting Republican strongholds to suppress vote, and, quote, by closing in-person polling places. I'm going to go on a real quick, slightly tangent. Well, you can see the purple in my face from that ad. Look, it's purple, right? And then now it's not purple, right? Okay, so mail-in ballots are illegal under the Privileges and Immunities Clause of the U.S. Constitution. So the Privileges and Immunities Clause says, it's Article 4, Section 2 of the U.S. Constitution, that citizens in each state shall be entitled to the privileges and immunities of the citizens in the several states. So what does that mean? That means if you get a driver's license in your state and that you are given the privilege to vote in your state, that other states are required to take that driver's license. They can't require you to get a different driver's license in every state because one state said you had the right to drive. So it's valid in all the 50 states. That's the privileges of entitled to all privileges and the immunities in the several states. And several states means all the states. This also means you have free access and egress to your state. Other states can't block you from going to another state. What this also says is that you can't enforce a literacy test. I don't know if you're all this stuff came after they were targeting African Americans after they freed the slaves in the Jim Crow period, and they were giving out literacy tests. And so what this says is if you have the right to vote in one state, that you have the right to vote in all of the states. So it means that they can't just deny you the right to vote If you have a right to vote in another state, then you have everybody who's 18 or over has the right to vote, and they can't give you a poll tax. They can't give you a literacy test. So mail-in votings are unconstitutional under the U.S. Constitution, under Article 4, Section 2, the Privileges and Immunities Clause, because X percentages of ballots will be thrown out. What on earth would that be if they threw out your ballot because you couldn't write your name? A literacy test. They're giving you a literacy test. Were you able to read the directions that said you have to sign here? Are you able to sign your name? That's called a literacy test. It's illegal under the Privileges and Immunities Clause of the U.S. Constitution. Mail-in voting has always been illegal. It was never legal, ever. The National Conservative Legal Group Amistad Project of the Thomas More Society announced Friday that it will file federal and state lawsuits challenging the presidential election results in battleground states, with Trump campaign joining the lawsuit on a case-by-case basis. Trump lawyers have argued that voting practices, particularly unique methods adopted during the COVID pandemic, created a disparate treatment of unequal protection of voters in violation of the Constitution. Quote, "It's a shame that our nation, there's a concerted effort for almost a century in the Deep South to prevent blacks access to the ballot box," end quote, Amistad Project Director Phil Klein told Just the News AM television program on Monday. And most of our election laws, says government should not put their thumbs on the scale of one favor to favor one demographic and to suppress another demographic, and in generally centered around race. But now the strategy is the same, but it's a different target group. Instead of targeting the blacks like they used to, now they're targeting the whites. Klein said the two-tiered election system involves not only government targeting Democratic strongholds to turn out votes, but also government targeting Republican strongholds to suppress the vote by closing down in-person polling places. It's illegal. It's illegal. If you come into the polling place and you put in your ballot, the signature verification thing is not an issue. If your signature is denied, they don't have any sort of way of contacting you to tell you that your signature wasn't valid, so you need to come back and fill out another ballot. They don't have that. And if they did have that, there's no guaranteed way they could actually get a hold of you. So it's just not physically possible to actually to have that verification method. Quote, "Now all the data coming into this election, and the experts knew it, said the Republicans prefer to vote on election day in person, and the Democrats were consolidating in-person voting to make it harder to vote on election day. That's why they want mail-in voting," Klein said. Quote, "All the same time, these private monies, $400 million from Facebook co-founder Zuckerberg, matching the federal government's appropriations for the election, and they poured in those monies into Democrat strongholds to increase turnout for that demographic," end quote. In the Democrat stronghold of Delaware County, Pennsylvania, for example, Biden was projected prior to election to win anywhere from 75 to 85, maybe 90% of the vote. China Joe was projected. Klein noted they put a drop box, they called them Zucker boxes, paid for by Zuckerberg, along with him paying the election off officials who picked it up and who counted these ballots. Then they put one every 4 square miles. That's 2 miles by 2 miles square. That's a Zucker box within walking distance of every resident in Delaware County. In the counties that Trump won, there's one Zucker box every 11,000 square, 1,100 square miles. What's the square root of 11? That's 3.31. Hold on. That's one. They put one every 33 miles. Now, given most Republicans live out in the country, Okay. All right. Klein said the boxes were placed one per 4,000 people in Delaware County for one for every 72,000 people in what he called Trump country. So in Delaware County, there's one Zucker box for every 4,000 people. In Trump country, one for every 72,000 people. So do they have, okay, so also too, they put, I think this information came out a little bit after that. They also, they put security cameras on them that were solar powered, and they went off at night. So at night, you can go through and you could look through the ballots, and you could scan them with an app, and it could tell you whether or not the person was a Republican or a Democrat, and you could throw out Trump votes. Quote, so what they told Republican voters, or in Republican areas, they said, go on a weekend vacation, try to find a place to vote. And what they told Democrats is go out to your front door or walk down the street and vote. That is government putting their thumb on the scale. Now I grant to you it's creative, but it's unlawful. That should not happen. Government should not play favorites in elections. So what is a government? Government's defined here under dictionary.com as a political direction and control. The political direction and control exercised over actions of the members. Citizens or inhabitants of communities, societies, and states. Direction of the affairs of state, community, political administration. Government is necessary for the existence of a civilized society. So Facebook is a government. They govern a social network, which is a community. Inhabitants, real people. They control, exercise. They direct and control exercised over the, political direction. They exercise control over the actions of the members. How do they do this? You can't engage in hate speech. You can't post misinformation. So they control your actions. So Facebook is by definition a government. Christian Adams, president of the nonprofit Public Interest Legal Foundation, PILF, said he disagreed with Klein's arguments. Even though PILF frequently publishes reports and videos related to states' unmaintained voter rolls and evidence of ineligible voters casting ballots, they filed lawsuits against secretaries of states based on that information. Quote, the Civil Rights Act requires a racial intent usually, and quote, said Adams, who was appointed by the King of Memes to a presidential advisory commission on election integrity, and worked for the U.S. Department of Justice Civil Rights Division. End quote. Sorry. Is that an end quote? No. Start of the quote. I don't see that here. I don't think there's merit to the idea that there are more ballot boxes per square mile in Democrat areas than Republican areas. There's absolutely no federal law or authority that requires parity in ballot box distribution. No. There's a federal law called the Privileges and Immunities Act. Or the Constitution. It says that you have the right to vote. If you have the right to vote in one state, you have the right to vote in another state. If your ballot box has some sort of a camera on it that can be turned off at night, and your chain of custody is in the hands of a private organization that's ballot harvesting, going into the ballot box, pulling out the Republican ballots, throwing them away, that violates the Privileges and Immunities contract because it alienates you from your right to vote. Absolutely is it illegal. You cannot have private ballot drop boxes, and all these ballot drop boxes should be in a building that is like a government building that is monitored so we can monitor the chain of custody. Chain of custody is everything in an election. If you violate the chain of custody, you can hack the election. The closest authority to this is where, hold on. the closest authority to this, where a series of actions taken years ago regarding polling sites placement violation of the Voting Rights Act because of racial discriminatory placement under Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act, something not close to being implicated because Section 5 is dormant since 2013, end quote. Adams is author of the book Injustice, Exposing Racial Agenda of the Obama Justice Department, said there's no partisan right to equal distribution in federal law, not even in the 14th Amendment, but there are the Privileges and Immunities contract. If I am right that you have a right to vote in other states and that the Privileges and Immunity Clause then grants you the equal right to vote in another state, then mail-in voting is illegal because they reject X percentage of ballots due to signature mismatch, or they don't even put a signature on it. That amounts to a literacy test because you didn't read, I had to sign the thing, and then you were unable to write your name. That's a literacy test. If that is true, then also, two, it is also illegal to harvest ballots because if you do that, it's identical to throwing out a ballot because of a signature mismatch. It's identical. Klein also said the state and local governments partnered with Rock the Vote, a private organization, so they were able to hire people to take these ballots out contrary to state law and cure them. That is, let voters fix any technical fillings on them. What? A private organization? This guy's former Attorney General of Kansas. Not a crackpot at all. Just the news is legit. This, Klein argued, was illegal because a private organization should not be allowed to tamper with a government-issued ballot after it's been taken into custody. That violates the chain of custody. Klein said that disproportionately allowing curing of ballots in Democrat strongholds was also unequal administration of the law. Adams disagreed. How could you disagree? See, it's just like... Now, I understand we're in reality. When you go up in front of a judge, you're not going to get what you want every time. It's not going to happen. You're not going to get what you want every time. Adams disagreed. State and local election officials have been partnering with private organizations for years, he said. Left-leaning groups are just more active and better at integrating the system than conservatives are. This has been going on the left for decades. 2020 was not the first time. Right, so they've been hacking the vote for a long time. Now, these Rock the Vote people, they had passwords to the server. So here was this was the evidence that I was, I actually just randomly pulled that out too. Yeah, we just pull it out right on camera. Nice. That was the evidence I was looking for all day for the Rock the Vote. Trying to, it was Phil Klein that I got that info from. But we had here we have another person who was this is evidence right here. The guy on the other side who is involved in the election said no, it's legal to have private organizations curating ballots, and if you messed up the ballot, then they change it. It's like, okay, where's the videotapes of these people doing this? Are they doing this on videotape? Oh, probably not. I don't know that for a fact, but I'm going to give the probability chance that they're not doing it on videotape at maybe 1% chance they're not doing it on videotape. Probably less. Black Swan. I would say Black Swan. But they were given passwords to the servers to upload this stuff, and they found malware on the servers. Yeah, that's what happens when you give your password to this Rock the Vote is a nonprofit 503c4 charity that turns out voters on college campuses. I used to volunteer for them back when I was a OSPERG volunteer, and I was a secretary of the Treasury for Associated Students of Lane Community College here in Eugene, Oregon. And I definitely worked for Rock the Vote. I definitely went on leftist campuses, and I recruited Democrats to vote. And I definitely remember not talking to them if I thought they were a Republican. I used to be a leftist. That's why I'm doing this show, because I know all of the bullshit that these people pull. because I used to watch MSNBC all the time. I used to be obsessed with politics. I was brainwashed. I even helped start the 2016 Portland anti-Trump protest because I had Trump derangement syndrome, because I had been so brainwashed by MSNBC and CNN. I believed everything that they said. I thought they were legit. I was a radical feminist. I thought that since Trump said, grab her by the pussy and build the wall, and Mexico is not sending us their finest people, that he was a racist, sexist, xenophobe, and that meant that he was a fascist, and that since he was a fascist, that means he's a Nazi. Oh, dude, it's always the young people doing this shit, dude, because they're so young and naive, they don't know what the hell's going on. So, I mean, can it even like can this even go any farther down the rabbit hole? Look here, next article from the Center Square. GOP-led Michigan legislator to hold election hearing after glitch initially gave 5,000 votes, 5,000 King of Meme votes to China Joe. When was this published? November 6th. Michigan House Speaker Lee Chatfield wait, hold on. Okay, I'm going to redo this one again because I haven't covered this on my show, and I want to do a separate video. So stick around. This live stream is not over, but I'm just going to switch videos real quick, and don't forget to smash that like button if you like this content. If you thought it sucked, hit that dislike button. Throw me a comment down there about how stupid I am, how much I suck, how you are right, and the best way that you can help support this channel is to share this video on social media. Also, to subscribe to RSS Commentary on YouTube. Hit that notification bell for notifications. Also, too, we are on Periscope, soon to be on Rumble, Parler, Twitter, and FaceCrack. In this next article from the Center Square, GOP-led Michigan legislator to hold election hearings after glitch initially gave up to 5,000 Trump votes to Biden. Michigan House Speaker Lee Chatfield, Republican R-Levine, on Friday said lawmakers will hold hearings Saturday to look into election fraud claims in the 2020 presidential election. Quote, every single vote needs to be counted, regardless of who cast it or who they voted for. And then the candidate who wins the most of these votes will win Michigan's electoral votes, just like it always has been. Nothing about that process will change in 2020, and quote, Chatfield said in a statement. Quote, America's democracy is scared, and safe and secure elections are how we protect it. Sorry. Our democracy is sacred. I mispronounced that. And safe and secure elections are how we protect it. That's why the House and Senate oversight committees will begin hearings soon, looking into the voting and counting practices in our state to give everyone confidence in the results and make sure the next election runs much more smoothly. People in Michigan deserve a peace of mind, and we're going to provide it, end quote. Several accusations of election fraud, typos, and glitches have been made this week. Questions followed after a quote-unquote software glitch initially gave roughly 5,000 votes cast for the king of memes to former Vice President China Joe in Atrium County, sparking a manual recount. Other Michigan counties use the same software. House Speaker Lee Chatfield spokesman Gideon D. Asandro told the Center Square in an email that the hearing will serve to question Michiganders' questions. Quote, representatives are currently receiving a lot of questions from concerned residents, and there's a lot of confusion about the process, D'Alessandro said. Quote, these hearings are not meant to change any results, but they can provide peace of mind and answers for the Michigan people. There ain't no peace of mind up here, bruh. Like, no, ain't no peace of mind, bruh. No. You cheating, that means you a cheater. State Senator Ed McBroom, R-Vulcan, said the statement, I'm presuming that's Republican from Vulcan, probably a city, I don't know. I think the journalism on this is a little bit sloppy. Said in a statement that lawmakers will investigate the election process and, quote, seek to determine whether improprieties exist. We must avoid spreading rumors and making pronouncements without having all the facts. Quote, pouring gas on every political fire and spreading doubt about the integrity of the system is not the answer. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Hold on. Wait, back up. Beep, 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 beep. Okay, I'm a software and computer engineer. We just did a 3-hour segment before this analyzing the statistical proof of the election fraud that is clear and convincing. Okay, the stuff that these guys did to prove the election fraud in this article that we just covered, that should be baked into the cake. I should be able to go on to the federal government's website and I should be able to look at the data in real time as the ballots come in, so that I can look for election regularities myself. If you don't do that, it's impossible to actually find the irregularities, because in this case, we didn't even find them until afterwards. But this is the first presidential election that they actually kept track of when the ballots came in and where. So we had time series data, and it allowed them to find the smoking gun. And we found a total of 9 black swan occurrences. If you're unfamiliar with what a black swan is a theory in artificial intelligence where it says that nothing, you can't really say that anything is completely can't happen. It's called the black swan theory. So black swans do occur. We can see pictures of black swans here. They are actually real, but almost all swans are white. It's like it's functionally identical to an albino. So you could also say we found an albino here. So in artificial intelligence, we can't say anything has a 0% probability because we're trying to actually come up with these things without having a human input. Now, a human can actually go in there and say there's a 0% probability chance of something happen in certain contexts. But if you're trying to get a computer to figure out when it's happening, we have to set all of the probability chances that something will happen at what is called the black swan, which is the lowest possible floating point number. What that is you have all in the binary format, you have all zeros, there's a 1 at the end, and then the exponent is as small as it can get. That's called the black swan number. That's the probability of finding a black swan initially in the system. So in order to have peace of mind, we have to be able to monitor for black swans. If we do not have a black swan monitoring method, we're not going to be able to ensure the integrity of our elections. It's just not possible. Michigan Republican Party Chairman Laura Cox, I bet she loves the Cox, claimed other voting irregularities occurred and said on Friday that the faulty tabulating software, Electron Score, was used in 47 counties in Michigan. And, okay, so, you might not be, you didn't watch the show earlier, so let's pull out the other data. Pull it out real quick. Here's the data. We went over this in the last video. Here's the elections results from Kent County in Michigan. And what you will notice here is that what you see is that if on the x-axis is the percent of Republicans in a precinct. As on the left, you have 0% Republicans. On the right, you have 100% Republicans, but it caps out at less than 90%. What you'll see is in the area where there's the most Democrats, what you see is the average. When you average these numbers out, what you end up with is this line. All of these precincts have different sizes. So, but in the Democrat areas, you see a straight line. And then the more Republican it gets, the fewer and fewer. Okay, what is this y-axis? Okay, what this says is Trump individual votes as a percent relative to Republican Party percent. So what that means is there's a straight ticket vote. You go in, you say, I'm voting all Republican. And so what we should see here is if the person voted individually, if they didn't do straight ticket, what we're seeing is this is the statistical deviation of the people who voted individually for Trump as opposed to relative to straight party. And then what you see here is that the more Republican it got, the fewer and fewer votes that the king of memes, Donald Trump. Did I say Donald John Trump, the king of memes, the fewer votes he got. Now, we should see the opposite trend. We should see it going straight here. No, we should see just a straight line. We should just see a straight line the whole way around. You'll see what one. So this is what you call a black swan. This is something that should not happen. It's you should be seeing. You'll see it should be like what was in Wayne County. So let's look. This was what? This was Kent County. So let's go over and now let's look at Macomb County, Michigan. Oh wait, how many votes? So this gave $45,000 or 45,000 votes to China Joe. In Macomb County, now we can see, look, the same pattern. When it's mostly Democrats in the precinct, you have a straight line. If it was to have that same pattern, you'd see the dots up over here. But you're seeing that there is in more heavy Democrat areas, straight line. Now, when you get into more Republican precinct, you see the same straight line. It goes straight down, takes a nosedive. It's like voted. It's like the Republican precincts are like the ones that voted the least for Trump. Here's another one. Percent Trump candidate percent relative to straight ticket. And here's per Trump individual votes. So hold on. Oh, this one's early voting. This one's on election day. And so we can see the same pattern. Heavily Democratic area. What we end up with is the straight line. And then the more Republican the district gets, then we could see we have this again, straight line. So now we're at two black swans. Two black swans. Now let's look at the next one. Here's Oakland County here in the early voting. Sorry, what did the last one? Last one gave 33,000 votes to China Joe. Here in Oakland County, Joe got 40,000, or China Joe got 40,000 votes. Here's the percent candidate, percent to relative straight party ballots. What we'll see in heavily Democrat areas, you see the deviation from the average is in a straight line. Now, as it gets more Republican, again, Trump's votes take a nosedive. Should be the opposite of that. It should. It should be the opposite of that. It should be going up this way. But no, it's going down. It's like Republicans are like Trump's worst enemy here. Now let's look at Wayne County. This is the county where you might have seen it on the news. Sidney Powell, Benville. You might have seen this, where the fake news industrial complex was saying, oh, he put Benville. That's in Minnesota. It was riddled with typos. They're saying, oh, we gotcha. Benville's in Minnesota. We gotcha. Oh, we gotcha now. Except for one problem. It's a typo. Belleville, Michigan. Let's look at Belleville, Michigan. Belleville, Michigan is a city in Wayne County. Go back here. Now look at the precincts. Here's our precincts. We got Benville, Monticello, Apterville, Bradford, Delta, Champion, Kent, Wagner, Kenosha, Lake Inlet, Lillian, Hooka, Houston, Hill River, Sunsdale, Brownville, Oslo, Iota. And what's missing? Bellevue. Bellevue is missing in Wayne County. And then here's what we're seeing. Then we're seeing, look, it's the Democrat stronghold. And look, you see the straight line. The straight line. This is what it's supposed to look like. Except for it's pointing up. That means Trump's doing better. So apparently Trump did really bad with Republicans this year. And statistically, he did better with the black people than Obama did. Yet somehow Biden got more votes than Obama did. Yet a lower percentage of black people voted for China Joe as did for Hillary Clinton. That's why the line's going up, because Trump did a good job with black people. This is the fourth black swan. And then you might have missed it. The beginning here, let me find the if you want to find this, if you want to find the links to this, you can find them at github.com/RSS commentary /Cale McCullough /issues/112. You can see in the corner, you can see there's a pound 112. That's because I am a GitHub nerd and everything is on GitHub. So that's where you find the links. You can also just do rsscommentary.com or github.com/RSS commentary /Cale McCullough. Click on the issues. It'll be in the closed out issues. It's not closed right now. Let's close it. And it's in the closed out. And you'll see it's issue 112. So this also too, this took 3 hours to get through, so I'm not going to go through it again, but we'll show you what was in the graph. Here we can see, here's the votes, and then this is in Michigan. We can see that, you can see these, woo, look, you see that? Here's China Joe in the blue line. Here's the king of memes in the red line. Now we can see there's a jump. There's a couple of jumps, but they're not very big, and then they coincide with jumps on both sides. That's not the statistical anomaly. This right here. Like, oh, look at the... Here, let me put this in here. Let's follow this curve out. What does this curve look like if we follow it out? I'm going to put it in a lighter blue in here. That's what that looks like. That's what it was supposed to be. except for it, boom, went up here. Right? So they did some analysis. Here's again in another example in Wisconsin. And look what they did. Look what happened. China, and this all happened in the middle of the night when the ballot workers went home. They sent Mark Zuckerberg's like, oh, that was in Pennsylvania. They sent the ballot workers home. And then while the ballot workers were at home, they were counting ballots. And then all of a sudden, China Joe just shoots up in the lead. So we can see we went all through this math proof. I'm a computer software and computer engineer. I know statistics. We went through and analyzed the statistics bit by bit. Every last second, every last claim in this, we went through and we dissected, and I went through the math. So we've been on live stream for 3 hours and 44 minutes right now. And so the other video, what was the other video entitled? It's entitled, what was this video called? The video is, let me check real quick. Multi-state election fraud, statistically proven, semicolon, Iran commander killed in drone strike, colon report. That's how you will look for the detailed analysis, very detailed, actually. I thought I did a good job. So what you'll see, they did these analysis of here's Biden, Trump votes here on this x-axis, and then they did a logarithmic thing. And so if you're unfamiliar with logarithms, here, let me just do a real quick demo of what a logarithm is, because most people didn't take trigonometry and they don't know what I'm talking about. Logarithm shows you what exponent was in a number. For instance, let's take E. You've probably seen this ln number on the calculator. Like, what does that do? Probably seen this E thing, and you're like, whoa, these guys are doing ecstasy? Damn. They got the molly, huh? Yeah, no, it's a number. It's like pi. It's an irrational number. It's 2.7182881559053235360287471357 off into infinity. It's irrational, never stops. Just like pi. And then let's square this number. So we're going to multiply E by E. We get 7.3891. Let's do an ln, and what you get is 2. So that showed us that the exponent, we squared that number. We squared E, and then, so that's what the logarithm does. So that's why they use the logarithmic thing, because it showed you basically the exponent of how exponentially different was this. And so what it showed you, is this. That's fraud. Everything should be here. If it deviates, so here's the line of 0 votes. Here's votes for Trump over here. Here's votes for Biden over here. So if these dots are up here, they should be close to the 0 axis. If they're near here, oh no, that wasn't this one. Yeah, so this should be close to here. This is like a blue wave in San Francisco. San Francisco usually votes about 90% Democrats, and the most they've ever gotten was like 95. And so this one over here, Biden got like 95.3% of the votes. Can we look? No, this wasn't. Okay, so this one was not as bad as the other one. Let's go look at the other one. Here's another way to look at it so you can see frequency of vote weight other Trump in Michigan per update. And so you can see all these updates happen. Then there's one outlier. Here, same thing again happened in Wisconsin. Here we can see the Biden-Trump votes and the exponent here. Here's the squared. So if it's near the, if it's high in exponents, it shouldn't have very many votes. So what does that mean? If you have a small sample size, you might have like precincts where it's almost all Trump voters. Like you can have maybe 95% Trump voters in a precinct or something. But there will be very small. The larger the precinct is, the closer to the average of the state for Trump versus Biden votes that you'll get. And then what you'll see is that you get this one odd dot, and it was in the middle of the night when nobody's there to watch, when they sent the election officials home. Again, in Georgia, we can see the same pattern occurring here, where 100,000 votes came in. So which one was the highest one? Here again in Pennsylvania, we could see again the fraud occurred again only twice. It occurred twice. That's basically like you won the lottery twice. You purchased a lottery ticket. It had 2 Powerball numbers on it, and you won twice on the same ticket. That's what that means. These are called a double black swan. So what we've seen so far, we saw 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've saw 7 black swans so far. 7 black. That's statistically impossible. One black swan is like, okay, we just saw a black swan. And then now you just saw 7 black swans all in a row, all on the same night, an election night, all for China Joe. Here in Minnesota, we can see the same, but look, it's near 0. All right, so there's one that's way out there. So look at where the 0's at. Here's the power of 1. So it's not as many. Hold on. How does that work? Power of 1, that would have been like 100 and some odd thousand votes. How many votes was that? I can't remember. So we could see, okay, let's look. Here's Minnesota. This is where we're not saying there wasn't any fraud. So look, here's exponent of 1. So that means exponent 1 means it's the same number. So e to the 1 is e. Pi to the 1 is pi. X to the 1 is x. If you have 2 to the power of 1, it's 2. 5 to the power of 1 is 5. Okay, so this is under the power of 1. But it's close to 0. So it's way out here, but it's close to 0. That means that's a heavily Democrat area. Not the most suspicious thing in the world. That's not necessarily out of ordinary. What's out of the ordinary is when you have exponent, when the y gets above 1. When the y is above 1, for instance, here's 1. So this one is the anomalous one, right? This one's not, because it's under 1. This one's an anomaly because it's far away from 0. So if it's up here, but it's close to 0, then it's not anomalous. This is normal. So there's again Minnesota. Here's again in New York. Here we can see here's 0. Here's the 0. That one's anomalous. Here's an anomaly in New York. But it's not as anomalous. So here they did a comparison. And what they show over here, they plotted it on an axis. So it's a 1 over x curve. And so what ends up happening is you get this 1 over x. What that means is if you do the formula 1 over x in a graphing calculator, you're going to get this line. This is a graph in a calculator. And you get this line, looks like this. And what you see when you do this is you see these dots pop out, these things. They could be explained if you're in San Francisco, where 90% of people typically vote for Democrats, and up to 95% vote for Democrats. But you don't see it in swing states. No, you don't see it in swing states. That's like they're saying that the swing states where China Joe won overnight after they sent the poll officials home, they all had anomalies like they're in San Francisco. No, you got a razor thin margin. You're having to do recounts. Doesn't happen. So where was that? So you can do the, they tracked. So here's the, when you put all the distributions in one chart, but you'll see if you put it in, take it out of the 2D space and you put it in sorry, that one was, if you take it out of the 4 quadrants, so this is 4 quadrants. You got quadrant 1, 2, 3, and 4. When you take that and you put it all in quadrant 1, what you're going to see is those ones stick out like a sore thumb. And then they went through the statistical. So what was this one? What did they do? It's very complicated math, but it made sense. We went through item by item. The math's legit. So here's what we see when you compare it into the, what's the percentiles here? 95th percentile, 99th percentile, 99.5th percentiles of co-extremities. So what does that mean? That means there's going to be some extremes. So San Francisco, it'll vote 90% Democrats. So we would expect San Francisco to be around here, right? We don't expect to see Wisconsin, Georgia, Michigan there because they're swing states. They're not deeply blue. It's a extremely tight race. Tim Pool also covered this today, by the way. Thank you very much, Tim Pool. And what else? Was that the last one? That was most of it. It took 3 hours to cover this, but we did. And so you can see very clearly that there's some anomalies. So what we've got here is we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 black swans. Oh, so we have 8 black swans. We're at 9. And then what's the 9th black swan? What was the 9th black swan? This one? Yeah, this video. Yeah. Then we're over here. We're like, okay, software glitch accidentally switched the votes from Trump to China Joe. Gee, I wonder what the odds of that one are. Huh. What are they, Dominion system voting machines or something? Or like Diebold? No, they broke Diebold up. And the other voting machines are based off the Diebold technology. It's a Windows-based technology they should not be using. Absolutely. Windows is really easy to hack. The chips are... hackers can use their computer at their home to hack because it's an x86. The exploits are very well known. And we have no idea what's inside of the machines, what their source code says. It's all closed source. Our elections are run by private people at this point in time, basically. Funded by Mark Zuckerberg. In the end of the last video, we covered the Zucker boxes. In the Zucker boxes, Mark Zuckerberg donated $400 million into the elections, and he paid for the ballot drop boxes and for the people to count the ballots and to correct errors on the ballots. For real, that's so corrupt. Oh my God. Like, how does he even get away with this? Oh, because he's the dictator of the Facebook government. Because Facebook has billions of accounts. He's a manager of a government of billions of people internationally. And he has a monopoly, and the guy dictates what actions you can and can't do on Facebook. It classifies it technically as a government. And then he's funding the elections, and then they got the Zucker boxes. Let's see, where do we have the Zucker box article? Yeah, in this one, it was just the news. Here you can find, I'll put it here on the issue ticket because it was not on there. Right. If you want a more detailed analysis too, Dr. Shiva, inventor of email, he's an MIT PhD scientist. He did a phenomenal overview of the graphs that I showed you of Wayne County. That's where I got that stuff from, the Wayne County, Kent County from Michigan, all those graphs. Oops. No. So again, you can find this at github.com/RSS commentary /Kayla McCullough /issues/112 for this show. And if you find any sort of factual errors, you can report them here, and I will correct any sort of factual errors on the next show or that after I receive the fact check. So I mean, we're at like how many black swans? I'm losing track of the black swans. Can somebody please put in the comments how many black swans we've had so far in this election that prove election fraud? Statistically prove. Is it 9? Is it 10? And so this is so sketchy. They had this organization Rock the Vote. Rock the Vote. I used to volunteer for them back when I was a radicalized liberal, when I was a Osberg volunteer at Lane Community College, and I was the secretary of the treasury of the Associated Students Union, Associated Students of Lane Community College. And I worked for Rock the Vote. And when I worked for Rock the Vote, I was a highly partisan Democrat. And I remember very specifically, I would only target the person if I thought they were Democrats. If I thought the person was a Republican, I would not talk to them. So this Rock the Vote, that's not in this one? And in the Rock the Vote, they gave these Rock the Vote peoples the passwords to the servers so they could correct ballots and upload them to the server. I mean, hello. A bunch of college students in the far leftist Rock the Vote, the ones that are the Marxists that hate Donald Trump. And then you give them the password to the server, and then malware ended up on the server. Well, go figure. That's what happens when you give Rock the Vote to the password to the servers. They're going to hack it, dude. They had malware on the server. I mean, come on. How many black swans? I can't even remember how many black swans. There's so many black swans. They're everywhere. I got to calm down. We still got more articles to read. Here in this next article from the Gateway Pundit, Republicans plan to occupy Georgia State House in response to Secretary of State ordering Dominion systems. Wait, hold on. I'm going to do another video on this because this one's so important. Stick around. The live stream is not over. So don't forget to smash that like button if you got something out of this content. If you thought it sucked and I'm stupid, hit that dislike button. Leave me a comment of how much I suck and how stupid I am down below. The best way that you can help this channel grow is by sharing this video on social media, subscribing to RSS commentary on YouTube, and ring that bell for notifications when I go live. Recently, it's been daily. It used to be daily, and then one of my friends died, and the show's been offline for a little while, but now we're going back to daily. So stick around for more RSS commentary to come. In this next article from Gateway Pundit, Republicans plan to occupy Georgia State House in response to Secretary of State ordering Dominion voting systems to be wiped. What? Whoa. Whoa. I am 4 hours, 2 minutes, and 47 seconds into this live stream right now. We've been covering voter fraud, statistical evidence for hours. If you want to find the video, the title of the video on YouTube is multi-state election fraud statistically proven, Iran commander killed in drone strike, report. In that video, I did 3-hour breakdown of the statistical proof. I am a computer scientist and engineer, author of the world's fastest number printing algorithm, the puff algorithm, featuring fewer than half the division instructions of other integer printing algorithms, and it optimizes all floating point printing algorithms. So I have detailed knowledge of these computer systems. I have detailed knowledge of floating point numbers. I know how the math works. We went through the math. We went through the computer science and how it was that they were actually able to get these insanely crazy, sketchy graphs. It showed, here's a graph from Kent County, Michigan. Shows you all the votes from that in percent Republicans in each precinct. You have 0% Republicans over here, 100% Republicans over here. I guess you could also say percent Democrats in the precinct. And what you'll see is that these so that you can vote straight party ticket. And so what they did was they compared the individual votes that weren't straight party to the straight party tickets. And what they found was that votes in precincts that were heavily Democrat, the average of the precincts votes was a straight line. And then the more Republicans there were in each precinct, the fewer votes Trump got from the individual votes. This in Kent County gave 40,000 votes to China Joe. Again, the same pattern happened again in Macomb County. You can see the straight line. This is early voting. Now you can see that there is a deviation that's a straight line when it's mostly Democrats. And the more Republicans you get, it takes a nosedive. That was 28,000 votes. Here's another. That was early voting. This is election day. Again, same pattern. Mostly Democrats, straight line. Then more Republicans. Now you have a weighted vote. Again, we see the same pattern in Oakland County. Here, this data is only available for early voting. And we can see that the same pattern holds in the heavily Democrat districts. The average deviation was a straight line in Democrat counties. And then the more Republican the county was, the fewer votes Trump got. The more votes China Joe got. Now we can look in Wayne County, the county that is heavily Democrat, and we can see because there's mostly Democrat, there's a straight line. In fact, it's going up. Trump did better. That's because he did better with the African Americans than Hillary Clinton did. And why did this happen? Floating point math errors. They used a floating point number. They used the Diebold Windows-based system. They used a 64-bit floating point number, which is why my engineering skills are good enough to cite as an expert. I am classified as an international expert in this because I wrote the fastest number printing algorithm, so I could tell you exactly how these work. I've got my own C++ library with the sockets API, my own networking API. I make computer motherboards. I can make an entire voting machine from the ground up out of the parts at my house. It would be a hell of a lot more secure than this. And what you can see over here is that Bush Cheney got 95,126.02 votes. Bannar Kamkanga got 1,916.17. Carrie Edwards, who I helped canvass for to elect when I was brainwashed, radicalized feminist, got 120,360.63 votes. How do you get 0.63 votes? Floating point numbers. It's not an integer. It's like a floating point. And what does that do? It allows you to weight the vote. This is called a weighted vote. What they did was they used a math algorithm, and they said, whatever percent Republican is, I want you to take off this percentage of the votes out of the non-straight ticket votes. And what this does is it causes you to end up with fractions. You end up with numbers over here. And also, too, when you add and you multiply these numbers repeatedly over and over and over again, you get what are called floating point errors. You can't just add up a floating point number over and over and over and over and over again without getting wild swings in your output. It's not something that you can do and get a what is called a determinate result. You get a indeterminate result or a stochastic result, which is basically a random output. Kind of random. Send it. Still stochastic, given the inputs. Because what are they doing? They're multiplying. You should be getting, 1 plus 1 is 2. 2 plus 2 is 3. You should never get a decimal fraction. The only way that you can get a decimal fraction is if your voting machines are compromised and they have floating point numbers and they're using really, really sketchy software from Diebold, Dominion Systems voting machines, and Smartmatic, the company that was owned by the Venezuelans. And who else were they connected with? Who else? I can't remember. Can somebody put in the comments who else Smartmatic is associated? It's not just Venezuelans. Now they said, oh, we debunked this claim. Oh, Dominion's not linked to Smartmatic or Venezuela. There was not subject to a U.S. Army raid in Germany. There was no soldiers who were shot at. You are not seeing this. You are dreaming. Facebook is going to come in and hang up the phone any minute. They're like, no, what this guy said is not true. Hang up the phone. So this says no. They sold Smartmatic. Video claims Dominion uses Smartmatic software. The Dominion is a front company for Smartmatic. Sabira Saba, communications director for Smartmatic, told Reuters via email for a previous fact check here. Smartmatic has never owned any shares or had financially stake in Dominion's voter systems. Smartmatic has always provided Dominion voting, has never provided them with the software, hardware, or other technology. All of this stuff came from Diebold. They're lying. They're like, oh, Smartmatic's never owned any shares or had any financial stake in Dominion voting systems. Yeah, that's kind of true. And so they're saying they weren't the current owner. And hold on. So let's check this out. So what you have to understand is that this software was created by the deep state. People think deep state's a conspiracy. No, there's always been a political science term called dual state. Dual state is where you have one state that the people think is the state, but then there's a group of cronies that control the government that are like they're high up in the government, and they create. It's another term for a deep state. Basically, a deep state is most federal government employees work in. They work in the Washington, D.C. area. Most of them live in the Washington, D.C. area, and they have friends and family there. These friends and family give references to their friends and family to get jobs at the federal government because it's the staple job there. It's like the good job, like you got the good job at the factory or at the mill that is like the sought-after job. That's what the federal government is there. That's the deep state. They hate Donald Trump. Why? Because they're anti-racist. They have institutionalized anti-racism there because of the Civil Rights Act. And they are, because of this, they hate racist people because they fire them from work. If you're racist, they fire you. They hate racist people. So if they think you're racist, they're going to come after you. That's why they came after Trump, because Trump said, "Grammar mind the pussy," and build the wall. And Mexico is not sending us their finest people. So what does this say? It says multinational company that specializes. So Smartmatic is a multinational company specializes in building and implementing electronic voting systems. It also produces a smart city solution, including public safety, public transportation, identity management systems for civil registration, authentication products for government applications. They're here, and then elections, and then here's the United States. And so they're in the United States. So who funds these things? Who's been rigging elections for ever since we've been alive? Shah of Iran. The United States government. The CIA. The CIA has been rigging elections all around the world using technology that Smartmatic uses. All these people are all connected. So in 2016 Utah Republican presidential primaries, one where Hillary Clinton was on the ballot, in 2016 Utah Republicans caucus, where Utah Republicans voted to choose the party's nominee for president in the 2016 POTUS election, the voters had an opportunity to use traditional voting methods or to vote online. For online voting, the Utah Republican Party used an internet voting system developed by Smartmatic Cybernetica Internet Voting Center of Excellence based in Estonia. Republicans did this. See, remember, it's deep state. Deep state is these people are in control. It's the establishment. It's not just the Democrats doing it. It's also the Republicans doing it. Remember the Republicans that signed on the condemnation of QAnon. It's like, okay, what on earth is the Senate doing a condemnation of QAnon for? Like, I understand it sounds kind of batshit crazy, right? But there's this thing called the Bohemian Grove. You might have heard of it. Alex Jones did a lot of videos on it. It's actually real. It's a organization that Ronald Reagan and Richard Nixon used to be in. Most powerful people in the world were in this organization. And at the Bohemian Grove, they do ritual human sacrifice. This is a real thing. It's not fake. It's not kooky. This is actually real. Go watch Alex Jones. Alex Jones did a number of specials on it, and what you'll see, they have this owl god. Inside of here, they literally do mock human sacrifices of children. Quote unquote mock. They've been doing it for a long time, dude. This organization is so old, it's ridiculous. This is like, you want to talk about Illuminati, this is the Illuminati, man. It's real. These people actually exist. I'm not making any of this up. It's all been verified. This is 100% legit. See, we even see pictures of here we got a picture of Ronald Reagan and Richard Nixon at the Bohemian Grove. This was from the Washington Post. Here we can see a mask from somebody at Bohemian Grove. There's a lot of people here at Bohemian Grove. And who is that? Here's a pretty old picture of them. So, QAnon. The satanic pedo cult? Right. So guess whose father used to be a member of this cult? Can someone type it in the comments below? Whose father was a member of Bohemian Grove? Ghislaine Maxwell. Ghislaine Maxwell's father was a member of Bohemian Grove. Now, who is Ghislaine Maxwell connected to? Oh, Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein. Ghislaine Maxwell's father engaged in blackmail using a hooker network. So Epstein got all his blackmail hooker network shit from Ghislaine Maxwell. So QAnon is Bohemian Grove. It's Bohemian Grove. Doesn't sound so kooky after all, huh? Don't forget, we also have cartels. Cartels have billions of dollars in drug money. They also run human smuggling networks and sex trafficking networks. Inside of a sex trafficking network, if you have an 18-year-old prostitute, you're highly statistically likely to find a 17-year-old prostitute. Where you have a 17-year-old prostitute, you're highly likely to find a 16-year-old prostitute. Where you have a 16-year-old prostitute, you're likely to find a 15-year-old prostitute, and so on down the line into pedophilia. So the notion of QAnon is not batshit crazy at all. If you hear any shit that is batshit crazy, it's called a disinformation campaign. Despite warning, back to the Wikipedia article, despite warnings from security expert, Utah GOP officials build the online voting system, which the state paid $150,000 to use. Multiple issues occurred with the system, with voters receiving error message, even being blocked from voting. Smartmatic received thousands of calls from Utah voters surrounding the issues of the process, the WAPO stated. I'm going to let you read the rest of this. We have another thing in Los Angeles County. Which has about 5 million registered voters. Began searching for a electoral system in 2009. So here, I don't want to read too much of this. We got to stay on point. Let's look up. See, the thing is, these people are like, oh, no, we reached out to these people and they said they didn't have a connection. So that means it's true. So, they said, no, our machines don't have any voter switching mechanisms in there. It's closed source where you can't really see it. It doesn't have any voting switching mechanisms. Except they use decimal numbers. Or floating point numbers. Why are you using a floating point number? Yeah, so we can multiply. So we can multiply fractions, so we can weight the votes. Just because they say they didn't do it does not mean that they didn't do it. But if I'm wrong, if Sidney Powell's wrong, don't forget you can correct this on GitHub at github.com/Kale or /RSS commentary /Kale McCullough /issues/112. If you can provide proof that they did not provide Dominion systems with their voting software, well, just because they said they didn't do it does not mean that they didn't do it, because their voting software came from the deep state. They've been rigging elections all around the world, dude. The CIA has been doing this. Remember the Shah of Iran? They helped overthrow him. So we're going to get to later here the conflict in. Where are we at? Here, let's go back to this article. Back to the Gateway Pundit article. Raffensperger claimed that he was ordering them to be reset ahead of the Senate runoff election. Was a reset would wipe all votes from the general election. The results would be, which are still being hotly contested from the Trump campaign. What the heck? I mean, it's like, am I like dreaming? I must be just going crazy. I mean, it must just like somebody dosed me with some like crazy powerful LSD, and I'm like on one, bruh. I got schizophrenia. I'm like, woo. Here's a tweet from Mike Crowdy. The only reason why Georgia's Secretary of State would order the voting machines to be wiped in all caps is to destroy evidence. He's covering his crime. Well, of course, yeah. I think that would they're required by law to keep records of these. This is a federal election. You're required by law to keep these documents for so long. The deletion has been temporarily stopped on Sunday when Judge Timothy C. Batten Sr. issued an order to freeze all Dominion voting machines in the state of Georgia, but he reversed courses within hours. Deep state. Currently, there's a major fight going on. It appears that a short time later, a federal judge ordered officials to not reset the machine. Here's the lawsuit PDF, or at least some images. The volatile and unknown situation has led Republican activists and organizers to call for a full-on occupation of the Georgia State House on Monday, as well as protest at Secretary of State's house. Here's a tweet from Mike Crowdy. Breaking after the Secretary of State ordered the voting machines to be wiped in a blatant destruction of evidence, coalition groups plan to occupy the state capitol in all caps in Georgia on Monday, November 30th at 12 p.m. They also plan to protest outside of Secretary of State's house at 6 p.m. They said this claim about election fraud is being disputed. After the quote, after the Secretary of State ordered the voting machines to be wiped in blatant destruction of evidence, coalition groups plan to occupy the This is that same tweet. Just read it. So as you can see, not only have we proven the statistical probability of that the election was hacked is at greater than or equal to 10 black swans. A black swan means it's nearly impossible, but not impossible. It means that it's the lowest probability chance of anything that you can get. Now, when you have 10 black swans in a row, that means you just won the lottery 10 times, like Powerball. Like you got one Powerball ticket and every single number was the same. Or it's the same, but a mixed up combination of them that still wins the Powerball. You can't do that, man. It's not possible. You cannot have a graph that looks like this, where in Kent County, the percent of Republicans in each precinct, as it went up and there was more Republicans, the votes for Trump went down. I mean, we're talking about a margin of up to 30% went down. The more Republican it was, the worse Trump did. That was 45,000 votes for China Joe. In Macomb County, another 33,000 votes for China Joe. Again, we see the same pattern. In the Democrat areas, the line is straight. This is the average deviation from, or it's the mean around the line, like linear regression. And then as it got more Republican, both in early voting and on election day, and these would be, early voting would be a mail-in ballot, right? And then on election day, you see the same thing. In heavily Democrat areas, the line is straight. In more Republican areas, the line goes down. It should go up. Again, in Oakland County, same story, 40,000 votes for China Joe. Again, more Democrats, straight line. More Republicans, curved down, up to 30%. What's the vote? 30%, that one's down to 20. That's 20. The other one's down to 30. And then Wayne County, where Detroit, Michigan's at. Then it's mostly Democrats. And guess what? There's a straight line, but it's pointing up because Donald Trump did better. The line should point up if Trump's doing better. But no, it's because the voting machines uses floating point numbers. Here's a from the blackboxvoting.org. State of Alaska, 2004 general elections, November 2nd, 2004, unofficial results. What we see is Bush Cheney got 95,126.02 votes. How do you get 0.02 votes? How did Kerry Edwards get 120,360.63 votes in a Republican state? How did that happen? How do you get 0.63 votes? When you use a floating point number. Floating point number is like a decimal. It has a fraction less than 0. Integers, whole numbers. Can't have that. But if you use a floating point number, what do you get to do? You get to multiply by what? A weight. That's why you see a line here. They used a computer algorithm in the voting machine to switch votes from Trump to Biden. The election was rigged. It was completely rigged. In every single way, shape, and form, nationwide, the election was rigged. Systemic voter fraud coming from the deep state. Not even going crazy. Not at all. This is statistical proof. We also went in detail into the vote pattern analysis that showed you in detail. We did a 3-hour, dissected this, all of the stats. I'm a software and computer engineer. I know statistics. We went through. We proved the numbers. We showed that this is correct. Look, you have a huge spike in numbers. Look, that's what it should have looked like. It should have looked like that, because that's the way the statistics work is in the beginning, you'll get wild swings. Look, see how the line isn't like a good curve like this? See how it's not a good curve? It's like, as you go on, the curve should not be as wild of a swing right there. It should look like a that's what it's supposed to look like. That's a Bezier curve. That's what it's supposed to look like. Instead, it looks like this. China Joe just jumps up in the middle of the night. They sent the poll workers home. And then in the middle of the night, China Joe just jumps up in the lead from these batches that they collected all at once when nobody's looking. Happened again in Wisconsin. China Joe's losing. Should look like this. It's supposed to look like that, but it doesn't. It doesn't. It just jumps up. The probability chance that happens, it's like, okay. It's like your it's like, okay, so you got a small sample size of people and they're all voting, and some neighborhoods are heavily Republican, some of them are heavily Democrat. So if we look at the beginning here, we see these changes where it's like, okay, it's shooting it up, and then you'll see it changes. If you zoom in real close on it, kind of hard to see, you'll see that kind of it has this pattern that's not like a curve. And that's because your sample size is very small. But as your sample size gets larger, you should see smaller and smaller deviations from this, and it should look more like a curve. Instead, it looks more like a Z. Or not a Z, but a shoots right up there in the middle of the night when nobody's looking. Then you can see, now we can see when we analyze it using logarithms, using some basic logarithm rules, we can see when you analyze the statistics here on the x-axis are the China Joe and Trump votes. Left is China Joe. Right is Trump. Sorry, actually left is China Joe. Right is Trump votes. They switched them. Here's 0. This is the logarithm. If you don't know what a logarithm is, there's this number on your calculator called E. There's a natural logarithm. So click E, click ln, you get 1. That's because that's the exponent. That's because ln of E is 1. That's because, and then let's take E and square it. E times E is the number that's like pi. It's irrational. It's a thing in calculus that is related to the bell curve. So you take it, you square it, you get 2.7891. Now let's do ln, you get 2. Why? Because we squared it. So the ln will show you the exponent that we just gave. So the exponent shouldn't be very high. If the exponent is high, the vote count should be near 0 because it's like some precincts are heavily Republican, some of them are heavily Democrat. But then we'll see this really odd one way out here where China Joe got like 100 and... How many votes? How many votes did China get? 134,324 votes for China Joe, 93,684 for China Joe, or for Trump, I mean. And so that was a ratio of 1 to what? China Joe got 1.345 votes for every vote that was given to Trump. And then we'll see when we plot it with frequencies of vote weighted other. A lot of math in here. We'll see that anomaly ended up way off the scale. All of the other ratios were over here. It's a swing state. Should have been closer to a 1-to-1 ratio. In Wisconsin, same story. We can see that most of the numbers are closer around 0 on the x-axis. And then we get this one oddball out here where China Joe got 5,490 for China Joe, 57 for Trump. So there was 96 votes for China Joe for every vote for Donald Trump, right? I mean, that can happen in California. So this one, okay, so hold on. 57 divided by this. So China Joe Trump got 10.38% of the vote. And then Biden got, hold on. $98% of the vote? No. China Joe did not get 98.96% of the vote. Oh, wait, but that batch of ballots. So, okay, that can happen. That can happen, but it's a small batch. It can. That's really weird, but it's not a lot of votes. That means maybe some people in one area committed ballot fraud through ballot harvesting or something, but that's not a lot of votes. But then we're looking at this one. We're looking at this blip right out here. What do we get? We get 2513163. So we get 25163 divided. Sorry, 25163 divided by this, and we got Biden got 82.45% of the votes in that county, and remember, it's a swing state. In San Francisco, the bluest place in the entire country, 90% of people will vote for Democrats, but they never get above 95% of votes for Democrats. There's always 5% of people who are Democrats or Republicans. So that's not the sketchiest one. That's really sketchy because it's a swing state. And then we have Pennsylvania, which is the most sketchy, I think. No, it's Georgia was the most sketchy one, right? Again, we have the same thing along the axis. Most of these things are so here's the 1, e to the 1. The 1, if it's anything over 1 and it's way out here, it's going to be sketchy. Very sketchy. If it's under 1, if it's right here, it's not that sketchy. It just means it's a Democrat area and there's a lot of them, and it's like a blue wave. So you could see in other states here in Pennsylvania, here's the 0 axis. So you can see this pattern exists. I was just telling you the pattern exists, but the numbers, the exponents, way less than 1. Way less than 1, because it just means it's a blue district. But no, that's Pennsylvania, but it still looks irregular. Here in Minnesota, we could see, again, the same pattern, but it's less than 1 out here. New York, still we got an outlier, over 1, so that one's sketchy. 600,000 votes, that's a lot of votes. And so when you do a comparison, what you're going to get is, here's the scatter plot from all the states. And what you can do is you get this curve, this 1 over x curve. If you do 1 over x, and there's something with the logarithms where you get 1 over x. And then you end up with this thing where you're supposed to have this curve here. And then you end up with these outliers. And these are the ones in question in the report in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Georgia. These are all black swans. Each one is a black swan chance of that occurring. Now, if we go down, we can plot whenever we get rid of the negatives. So we put the Democrats and the Republicans in the same batch, so we can see these outliers pop out. They just pop right out, and you can see, woo, that one. This is the most sketchy one. This is the really, really, really sketchy one. And how many times did it happen? Twice. Twice in the same state. Twice in the same state did this happen. That's like you got a Powerball ticket and you got 2 winning lotto numbers on the same ticket. You got 2 black swans at the same time. So we've already covered, what do we have so far? Like 8 black swans. So basically we've won the lottery ticket. We've won the lottery 8 times in the same night. Basically 8 times doesn't happen. You might win the lottery once. You're not going to hit the lottery 8 times in the same day. Not going to happen. Not even in the same lifetime. Then we covered what else do we cover? Then we covered we also covered earlier the Zucker boxes. Mark Zuckerberg donated $400 million to rig the election. He bought ballot boxes called Zucker boxes in Pennsylvania. He paid the election counters. He paid the election judges. He paid for 1 Zucker box in Delaware County in Pennsylvania, which is a heavily Democrat area. Put a Zucker box, which is a ballot drop box, paid for by Mark Zuckerberg. He put it once every 4,000 or 4 square miles. Every 4 square miles, there was a Zucker box. In Republican counties, he put a Zucker box every 1,100 square miles. So there was 1 Zucker box for every 4,000 people in Delaware County. In Trump country, there was 1 Zucker box for every 72,000 counties. These ballot drop boxes had solar-powered security cameras on them. At night, the cameras turned off. They turned off. At which point in time, we suspect they ballot harvested. They went through, they opened the ballot boxes. They went through and scanned with the app your name. They checked to see if you're a Republican, and then they threw your ballot away. Then when they did input the ballot into the computer, they used a floating point number and they weighted it. If you're a Republican, you got 0.5 votes. If you're a Democrat, you got 1.5 votes. That's how you rig elections with voting machines. They also paid Rock the Vote, a hyper-partisan Marxist group on college campuses that I used to volunteer for back when I was a crazy radicalized feminist Marxist, volunteering for Osberg at Lane Community College. I was the treasurer of the Associated Students of Lane Community College. I worked for Rock the Vote. When I worked for Rock the Vote, I would not register a Republican to vote because I hated Republicans. I thought they were racist. I would only register Democrats to vote. If I thought you were a Republican, I would not talk to you. They gave Rock the Vote the passwords to go into the server and input it. They let these people take the ballots and correct whatever ballots that had stuff on them that they needed to like correct or something before they put through the machine. And they let them upload the information to the servers. Then the servers got malware on them. Well, no shit, Sherlock. The chain of custody for this entire election was bungled up. The entire thing was rigged. Where does this information come from? Phil Klein. He is the former Attorney General of the state of Kansas. He was also a state legislator and a district attorney of Johnson County. And I saw this on the Charlie Kirk show last night. And I've gone through, we've verified it all. Then look at this. Look. From the center square. GOP-led Michigan legislator to hold election hearings after glitch initially gave up to 5,000 Trump votes to Biden. Yeah, definitely taking votes from Trump and giving them to Biden. Oh, and then they verified this happened. This isn't like sketchy. This is absolute. Well, it is sketchy. This isn't fake news. They verified it. He said, "Oh no, it's just a computer glitch, man. It's just a software error." How many software errors do you guys have? How many counties was this in? 47 counties? 40 in Oakland County, and that was the one where we saw all these election irregularities. The lines that we just went over, that was all Michigan. Yeah, these voting machines are hacked. They're rigged, man. Absolutely rigged. This is deep state, bruh. Deep state, like for real. Dual state. State within a state. Cronies working up in Washington, D.C., like the kinds of people that did the Free Ray Rick Ross, flooded the ghettos with the crack. Same people, bro. I'm reasonably sure they've also hacked my computer. 2. Shortly after I discovered the deep state involvement in Wikipedia through the rigging of the far right, the white genocide pages on Wikipedia through the rigging of the narrative, what they've done is they've actually, it's a cyber warfare operation from China. What they've done is China took over Wikipedia. Deep state works with extremely corrupt people. They work up at the top of the ivory tower. And they rigged Wikipedia in order to prevent us from enforcing our immigration policies through the white genocide narrative. They manufactured it. And they also have rigged the far right definition to expand the definition, because what they're doing is they're trying to beef up the size of the far right. They're trying to, and then what they do is it's called the left, right, center pivot strategy to overthrow the world of socialism. They're basically Nazis. They're National Socialists. They're working with China. China is trying to overthrow the world with national socialism. They are not communists. They say they're communist, but they allow private property ownership. They're capitalist. They're a hybrid of capitalism and communism. That is national socialism. They allow private property ownership. They have hundreds of millions of impoverished Chinese outside in the countryside, and they have filthy, stinking, rich Chinese people in the city. They have a very steep social hierarchy. It's not a flat social hierarchy. They don't have the communist flat social hierarchy. Farmers at the bottom, artisans above them, soldiers above them, and then government at the top with a possibility for a dictator. They also have millions of Uyghur Muslims in concentration camps. They use them for slave labor. That's called National Socialism, dude. That is the spitting definition of National Socialism. They're the same people who were involved in the freeway, Rick Ross, flooding the ghettos with crack. The crack babies, all that stuff from the 80s with the CIA funneling drugs, the planes that went down with the CIA coke. All these people are all tied together. They're all tied together. They're working with the Chinese Nazi Party. China Joe, his crackhead son, Hunter Biden, got over a $1 billion. It's like $1.5 billion contract for the company he was working for. He doesn't have any sort of degree in this. Like he's just, the only reason why he's there is because his dad was Vice President Biden in the Obama administration. And then also he's getting multi-million-dollar contracts from, I think it was the Ukrainian oil energy firm. I can't remember. Can you please put that in the comments down below? Biden or China Joe can't stick the money in his pocket because that'd just be blatant corruption. So he has his crackhead son do it. This is as sketchy as it gets. On top of that, you got goddamn QAnon with the Bohemian Grove. Bohemian Grove. This can't get any crazier, dude. Nothing. You just can't get any crazier. It's not possible to make this story any more insane. You've got Bohemian Grove. Here's a picture of Nixon and Reagan at Bohemian Grove. You've got them here's pictures of them doing ritual child sacrifice at Bohemian Grove with their owl god. Inside of the fire, they burn children alive. They sacrifice them to the owl. It's not even... Go watch the Alex Jones documentaries on this. This is a real organization. Ghislaine Maxwell's father was a member of this organization, and he had a blackmail ring using hookers. He used hookers to do blackmail rings. And then you got Epstein. What's Epstein doing? Oh, they got the quote-unquote sex trafficking network. I don't think they were sex trafficking. I think it was a referral network. The people who were doing the sex trafficking were actually the victims. One woman would give Epstein a massage and then have sex with him. And then she would go refer another girl, and she would get a referral fee. And Ghislaine Maxwell would give her that. So the person giving the money was Ghislaine Maxwell. Epstein was the John. Ghislaine Maxwell's father was the person who taught her how to do this through the Bohemian Grove. So QAnon is Bohemian Grove. All of the other stuff that they do sacrifice children. And then everything else you heard was a disinformation campaign to discredit it. Can't get any more crazier than this. I'm not crazy at all, dude. I don't believe in anything without evidence. I'm a freaking atheist, dude. Hold on. I'm actually the founder of the Church of Infinite Simulations. .io, right? I am the founding member of the Church of Infinite Simulations. We believe that we are in a supercomputer. I am, might be the inventor of digital photonic neural nets. It is a neural network similar to the neurons in your brain that work on a combination of light as well as radio frequencies. It is essentially a kind of like you have a radio and you got a FM or AM dial, and you can tune in into a radio station. And so this, when you tune in, you can have different light forms, and you basically are able to multiplex the digital photonic neural net. It's essentially a light controller. I invented a light controller to control LEDs, and I'm an AI scientist, and so I turned my light controller into a digital photonic neural net. I don't have it built, just have the designs. And so if you want to go to infinitesimulations.github.io, you can read our Hello World, which will show you the chance that you're in a supercomputer is 100%. I know you're like, what the hell? You guys got to be crazy. No, actually, the math is that you've got a 0% chance that you're on Earth, because there's a bunch of supercomputer simulations. Basically, we colonized other planets, and we sent these supercomputers to other planets to colonize them, and they basically robotic baby factories. And on board the spaceships out in the middle of space, they run these simulations of Earth, and there's unlimited, basically almost infinite of them, and they're spanning out throughout the Earth, or throughout the entire universe. And the probability chance that you're on Earth, or that you're on Earth, is 1. There's only one Earth. There's only one 2020. Probability chance that you're in one of these neural networks, if there's only one simulation, is 1 per spaceship, per planet that has a digital photonic neural net. Now, that's given there's only one simulation. But as you know, in your computer, you can run multiple apps. We can run multiple simulations simultaneously. It's just like the AM, FM radio dial. You turn the radio dial, and then you are able to go from 1960 to 2020 to 2030. It's essentially like a time machine inside of a photonic neural net. And this is my life's work. This is what I do. It's not kooky. I can tell you exactly how to build these. Hold on. I don't know how to manufacture them yet. Still looking for people who can do nanotechnology, nano manufacturing, because it's very hard to actually make a sphere that is that small and attach laser diodes to them. It's actually very hard. So in here, you can also see that there are light forms. These light forms are high frequency light forms and low frequency light forms. High frequency light forms, because I authored the world's fastest number printing algorithm, so some of my code works in there. In real life, I actually did that. Like, already did. It was called Script 2. It's my thing. I wrote the fastest way to print a number, figured out how to get over half the division instructions in there. And so that's why my code runs in the high frequency spectrums. And the low frequency spectrums are where we power the chips using wireless power transfer. And if you ever fuck with me, I will banish you to the lower frequency spectrums. So don't step. And with that, that is the end of this video. Stick around. There's more RSS commentary to come. This is a live stream. And don't forget to smash that like button if you like this content. If you thought I'm a crazy wingnut, hit that dislike button. Tell me how insane I am and why you're right in the comments below. The best way that you can help RSS commentary grow is by sharing this video on social media, subscribing to RSS commentary on YouTube, and ringing that bell for notifications so that you are notified when I go live. We got one more article and then I'm done. We're at almost 5 hours. This isn't even the longest live stream I've done. I've done 8-hour live. I think I did a 10-hour live stream once. 10 hours of reading news the entire time. You wonder why I'm so good at this, because I got a lot of practice. Also, too, people still look back on my videos in the future in the digital photonic neural nets, on these riot videos from 2020 with Donald Trump and China Joe, because it's just so goddamn interesting. All right, so we got one more. Here, let's get rid of this. RSS Commentary is an open source news organization. You can find us on GitHub at github.com/RSS Commentary. /Cale McCullough. And for this issue, you'll go /issues /issue 112. Or you can go to the closed issues in the issue thing, and it's the multi-state election fraud statistically proven, Iranian commander killed in drone strike, report. If you find any factual errors in the broadcast, you can report them here on GitHub using a comment below. You will find the article here enumerated in a list. And when you make a fact correction, just refer to them as one. And you can make a fact check that says this is an error, or you just whatever you want to say, hey, you're wrong. If you want to refer to Article 6, you would then put a 6 in the brackets. You can make a donation to RSS Commentary also at rsscommentary.com/donate, where you can make a donation via PayPal. Donations support my work on the digital photonic neural nets, as well as my startup artificial memory augmentation technology. We're kind of, we're like, I mean, I'm mostly nonprofit, but if there's any sort of profits ever, it's not 100% nonprofit. Mostly nonprofit. I also, too, might have invented a CO2 sequestration machine. It's a biomimicked ice lung that allows you to breathe CO2 through mimicking a lung of a cold-blooded animal. And I can sequester waste heat off of your house. Also, too, we might even be able to convert some of that energy. We can convert through somebody else's invention. With this invention, we can also, too, convert the sunlight UV into electricity and make the heat get sucked right into your house because it's so cool. It's a badass. I've never seen it be like that. I wonder if it's even record or streaming. What's going on? Just an error in their app. I was like, damn, did Deep State take me down? Shit. All right. In this next article, hold on. You can't just click record and start talking. You got to click record, wait a second, then start talking. In this next article from the Times of Israel, Iranian Revolutionary Guards commanders, typo, they put an S there. Oops. The Iranian Revolutionary Guard commander reportedly killed in a drone strike. Israeli security forces and local militia sources say Muslim Shadan and 3 others died when their vehicle carrying weapons was hit just inside Syria after crossing from Iraq. If you haven't been following, yesterday on the show, we ran a story about how the Deep State is trying to undo Donald Trump's Middle East peace deal. They assassinated a Iranian nuclear physicist, and they said Iran said it was Israel that did it, and then the Israelis said no, it was not us that did it. And then some Deep State CIA officials went to the New York Fake All the Times, and they told them no, it was the Israelis. It's like, oh yeah, right. Yeah, right. So somebody just did something to sabotage Trump's Middle East peace plan, and then it's the Israelis, right? But the Israelis deny it, and the people who are saying it is deep state. Dude, if you see intelligence officials, anonymous intelligence officials reporting to the New York Times something that another government is denying, that's called a dual state. Dual state is not suspicious. Their dual states exist all around the world. Deep states exist all. It's the corrupt cronies that work for the government that they got like inside connections with their friends and family. It's the same thing in every country. We are not unique to corruption. Like like we're not immune to it at all. We don't have any sort of special magical powers that like make corruption all of a sudden go away. It's called part of humanity. It's just something that is innate with rich people, and with people, there's corruption. Deep state in the United States, it refers to the fact that most federal employees live in and around the Washington, D.C. area. Most of these employees live in the Washington, D.C. area. They're from there, and they have friends and family who work there. These friends and family give referrals to other friends and family, and they create a corrupt crony network. These people, since they work for the federal government, are anti-racist. It's institutionalized anti-racism there. They hate racist people. Why? Because they fire them at work. You want to move up in the federal government, you have to be anti-racist and feminist, because it's institutionalized feminism and anti-racism there. Because of this, they hate Donald Trump, because Trump said, grammar mind the pussy, and build the wall. And Mexico is not sending us their finest people. And because of this, they think he's a racist, sexist, xenophobe. And what do anti-racist feminists do to racist, sexist xenophobes? Attack! Got Xena, social justice warrior, up there going, get them, boys! And all of the beta male attack dogs get sicked on the imaginary misogynistic pig boogeyman, the imp pig boogeyman, who is oppressing the women. They lock the women up. They rape them. They beat them. They won't let them go outside, won't let them have friends, won't let them work, won't let them go to school, won't let them vote. And they put burqas over their heads because it's an evil patriarchy of privileged white racist males. And they have white privilege from that white privilege factory downtown, where they're giving out free white privilege to all these white males, but they won't share any with the minorities or the women. No, seriously, man. I actually own a white privilege factory. No, seriously, man. You guys want some free white privilege? You a white male? Yo, bro, I'm giving out free white privilege to all of the white males. Oh, you're a minority? Oh, no. Nope. No free white privilege. Money. Pay up. Ass, cash, or grass. Nobody rides for free, bro. Oh, you didn't even know that, huh? It just so happens I actually own a complex of white privilege factories. They've got a factory line, and it actually goes like this. It's like white privilege. White privilege. See, just like clockwork, free white privilege for all of the privileged white males. None for you because you're black. Oh, no, you're a gay, lesbian, trans woman. Nope, no white privilege for you. A senior commander in Iran's Revolutionary Guard was killed in an apparent drone strike along the Syrian-Iraq border. According to widely circulated reports in Arabic language media Monday, Iraqi security forces told Base Al Arabiya News that a drone killed Muslim Sadan, a senior commander in the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, and his target struck his car. Maybe it is guards. I've always heard it was National Revolutionary Guard. It doesn't make sense. It's not. Other sources in Iraqi security services told Lebanese-based Al-Habdath that 3 of his companions perished with him. The report did not say who was behind the strike, which reportedly happened earlier Sunday or late Saturday. That was deep state. It's the latest in rapid escalations in military actions over the past few weeks. There have been seen a top Iranian nuclear physicist assassinated and unconfirmed reports of airstrikes that have killed pro-Iranian fighters or Iranian troops in Syria. The attacks have been attributed to Israel by anonymous CIA agents reporting to the New York Fake All the Times. 2 Iraqi security officials separately said that Sedan's vehicle was carrying weapons and was hit shortly after it crossed the border from Iraq into Syria, Reuters reported. Israel and the U.S. have accused Iran and its proxies of attempting to smuggle weapons via Iraq to Syria and Lebanon to be used against the Jewish state. On Sunday, IDF Chief Avid Ka'avid said that Israel would not let up its campaign aimed at keeping Iran-backed fighters from gaining foothold in Syria. Campaign has included thousands of airstrikes on targets linked to Iran and alleged weapons convoys, according to reports and accounts from officials speaking anonymously. However, alleged Israeli strikes on the Syria-Iraq border regions are more rare. Last week, Iran warned that it would bring an end to what is called Israelis' practice of hit-and-run strikes in Syria. Tehran made the threats following a major Israeli assault in response to what Jerusalem said was a failed Iranian explosive attack on the Golan Heights. Sadan's report assassination comes days after the killing of the prominent Iranian nuclear physicist Mohsen Fakhrizadeh in an ambush on his convoy outside Tehran on Friday. Israel has been widely reported to be the perpetrator of the targeted killing, although Jerusalem has stayed mum on the issue. The only people who aren't mum on it are the deep state intelligence officials who are giving the anonymous report to the New York Fake All the Times. Like, okay. All right. So the analysis, you got to watch the other video for the analysis. I can't go over it because, I don't have all that information up, but it is on the video from yesterday. If you want to look through the RSS commentary YouTube channel videos for it says you could just look for RSS commentary space deep state. And then it's deep state sabotages Trump Middle East peace deal, because the analysis from all of the other news organizations that I covered was that they did it to start a conflict there. It wasn't that the nuclear physicist was doing dangerous things, even though the guy did have a military escort. So it's like he's saying, oh, no, I'm just making a COVID cure. And then he's got some military escort. Okay, I don't buy that. But you can't trust anything from any of these people. They just rigged our elections. I mean, for God's sakes. People who rig your elections are absolutely not trustworthy for any sort of information at all. Fakhrizadeh's death has put Israel and Jewish institutions around the world on high alert, as Iran has publicly vowed to revenge and repeatedly claimed Israel stands behind the assassination. On January, a U.S. drone strike killed the senior Revolutionary Guards commander Qassam Salami. Iran responded by firing missiles at the U.S. base in Iraq that caused dozens of injuries. So Trump did look into doing some strikes on Iran, but he said, no, we're not going to do the drone strikes on Iran because it would sabotage the Middle East peace deal. So that's why they didn't do it. And then next thing you know, they kill Fakhrizadeh. And Israel saying, no, we didn't do it. And then Deep State comes up to New York fake all the times and say, yeah, it was Israel. Like, okay, right. And then you just rigged our elections. We don't buy any of this, dude. We've seen this before. We've seen this before. I'm not an idiot. I know buildings don't collapse at free fall speed. I'm an engineer. I read the 9/11 Commission report on the collapse model. No, I'm not buying the collapse model. They said a diesel generator exploded in the World Trade Center, and that caused the building to implode and fall at free fall speed. And that this same explosion happened in both towers, and that Building 7 then it imploded and fell at free fall speed. Buildings don't fall at free fall speed. Why? Because it's as if I have this, and then I dropped something on it, and then this thing smashed at free fall speed. No, it's a rigid thing. This is like the steel girders in the World Trade Center. In order for the diesel fuel to put enough pressure to make it fall at free fall speed, it would have to push it up. It would have to explode. It would push up, and then everything would crumble at the same time. It would go boom and then go back down. How much diesel fuel does it take to make the World Trade Center jump up in the air and then fall down at free fall speed? It's not possible. It's not. It's not. Absolutely not. Is that possible? Because they built the Trade Center specifically so that it could withstand hits from airplanes. They did. It was built to withstand impacts from bombers flying into it. But what was it? It was a power move. They showed you that they have the power to even take down the biggest buildings in our society. And that's because it's the deep state. That was the same people who were involved in the freeway Rick Ross, pumping the crack into the ghettos. Same people that overthrew the Shah of Iran. Same people that did all of the dirty stuff in South America, that were flying the CIA planes loaded up with cocaine up into America. It's the same people. They're Nazis. They're Nazis. They're National Socialists. They never lost power. They work with the Chinese Nazi Party. You think they're communists? They're lying to you. They're hybrid communist capitalist. That's National Socialism, dude. That's what National Socialism is. National Socialism isn't just fascism. It's an alternative to communism where you can have private property, but the government still owns everything. They can come in and take your stuff if they want to use it for a war effort or if they don't like what you're doing. You have the business in your name right now, but they can take it anytime they want. That's same thing in China. Same thing in China. China has hundreds of millions of impoverished Chinese out in the countryside. And they have filthy, stinking rich Chinese in the city. Communism is supposed to be a flat social hierarchy. Everybody's supposed to share equally. They have millions of Uyghur Muslims and other denominations of Muslims in concentration camps, using them for slave labor. They also have a dictator who looks almost just like Winnie the Pooh. And this guy has such thin skin, this Xi Jinping guy, because he knows he looks like Winnie the Pooh, right? So look at this. Look. Look, see Winnie the Pooh? Xi Jinping? Look. You got the belly. You got the cheeks. The nose. The smile. Look, it's Winnie the Pooh. And it's Tigger. Look, it's Tigger. It's Tigger. This guy, Xi Jinping, the dictator of Nazi China, he's got such thin skin, they banned Winnie the Pooh from China because people were insulting Zinnie the Pooh for looking like Winnie the Pooh. And if you want to look back in the RSS commentary archives, We've got a bunch of cool shows like riot videos from this last summer where I covered riots all summer long. Got all kinds of stuff with the green screen, all these cool thumbnails. Oh, this is fine. White privilege. And then you'll see these little Winnie the Pooh hidden up in the videos. Yeah, Winnie the Pooh. Huh? It's because I'm trolling. I'm trolling Xi Jinping. It's a troll. Look at it. I love this video so much. This one's so So you should subscribe to RSS commentary on YouTube. You can go back and look at all, or you can go to rsscommentary.com. You can find, look at this one. This was one of the last green screen episodes. There's more green screen to come. Don't worry. I'm not giving up on this. Hunter Biden, look at the crack pipe. There is a Rickroll in this one if you want to Rickroll your friends. It's a hardcore Rickroll. I'm sorry to give it away, but you won't go look for the video if I don't tell you. It's the one with the Hillary Clinton. One of the best Rickrolls I've ever done in my ever seen in my life, bar none. Oh. That's today's episode. This is one of my favorite ones. I know you'd almost think I got some like inside connections with George Soros funding these riots so I can get these cool thumbnails, man. But no connection to Soros. Epic thumbnails. I mean, this is so funny. This was one of the only videos I've ever gotten dislikes on. I guess they hated the Hood Democrats destroyed white-owned business George Floyd race riots. They hated that. I've only gotten dislikes on that video. That's why I keep telling people dislike my video if you don't like it. These Antifa Nazis stabbed this black guy because he's a conservative journalist and he reps the Confederate flag because it's Southern heritage. It's not necessarily racist. Sorry. Can't go too fast. With that, I'm going to say adieu. Thank you for watching RSS Commentary on Monday, November 30th, which is now Tuesday, December 1st. It's been a 5-hour, 21-minute long live stream. And thank you very much for tuning in. And as I say every time, thanks for watching. Goodbye, farewell, sayonara, aloha, and Godspeed in your journeys, friend.